Well, well, well. There's some people in chat already. Make yourselves comfortable. Say hello. I see already Ranashan said, "Yellow Mr. Canvas."
Hey
Yellow,
there, it's Mandy from
Ranashan.
Sprizzy. In this video, I'll show you how to set up your first Sprizzy campaign.
Godspeed,
We're going to set up a
use
Sprizzy
beef
campaign
says
using my
theft
brand
with
new
the little
yoga channel,
sunglasses.
Bendy Buddies. If you're not familiar with Sprizzy, it's a service that creates YouTube ads to help you get more views,
Stealing is encouraged. Go and do
for
it.
your channel. And now, let's get
Paraphrased
started.
from the Canvas
first thing we need to
2023.
do is create an account.
What
It's
is
super
theft?
easy. You can use your Google
Maybe we can talk
login
about
to
that in
sign
this
up.
stream. What is
Just
theft?
click the sign in with Google button and choose your
And
channel.
Roby is singing, Mr. Canvasman,
Once you're
bring
logged
us a
in,
stream.
your channel's videos should automatically
Dum. Bring us a stream. Hello, Lenore. Alright, I'm sorry. 1 whole minute late. Can you imagine? Alright, I'm sorry. 1 whole minute late. Tiltic, hello Mar. Oh, Lenore is in chat stealing all the cute folks. Alright. Alright. Stealing all the cute folks. Beware Lenore. Sneaky Revenant, hi. Subpoena, hello. Stacat is the stealer. Dave and Princey, hello. Red, hello. William Miller, hello. Gabriel the Griffin, hola. Kitty Uwu says hi, guys. Hello, Kitty Uwu. Rans Tolentino, hello. I have an echo. Rans Tolentino, hello. Echo? I have an echo. Because I'm listening to my own because I'm listening to my own stream. That's it's because I love listening to myself. Right, in case you haven't heard me, I'll do it again. Sneaky Revenant, Subpoena, Stacat, David Princey, Red, William Miller, Gabriel the Griffin, Kitty Uwu, Ren Solentino, Roby, Gabriel the Griffin. Again, hello. Tiltic. Igozel Twinks is there for the start of the stream. Stefan Selmare's simp. Alright. Maxime Alain from Rwanda. Hello, Maxime Alain. I'm willing to assume that you might be the first person from Rwanda in my chat. Alright, I'll show myself. But before I do, I need you to say hi to say hi to Instagram. I'm not showing myself until people say hi to Instagram. Yeah, it's gonna be a face reveal, Mar. I need y'all to say hi to Instagram, or else no stream. Leftist audio. Yeah, see, like the best leftist audio is just me listening to myself, that kind of echo chamber. Oh, look at all these hello Instagram. Perfect. Perfect. And then I'll write face reveal. This is what I look like, guys. This was my face reveal. All right. I'll post on Instagram. If you don't follow the Great Canvas Instagram page, where I put so much content, it's actually insane. Face reveal on stream. Check it out. There you go. There you go. On my stories. Perfect. All right. Now I'm going to pick back up on who's in chat. A lot of names I haven't seen before. John Manol says, hello, what have I been missing? So far you missed 5 minutes of very, very eventful stream introduction and me listening to myself. Jean-Michael, hello. Solenkaye, hello. What's going on here? Thievery? Thievery. We're going to talk about thievery. You can't blackmail us. We're better than Instagram. That's true. You are better than Instagram. Karina says, oh my god. Oh, hi Insta. Hello Karina. Hello Sapina already said hi. Ian Melgarejo says good morning. So I imagine you're on the West Coast. Good morning. I mean, it is 11. Oh, it's people also going, oh my god, and woe to the face reveal. Yeah, such a colorful flannel. That's who would have thought? Who would have expected that, right? David Dumike says, stealing a YouTube video. Be right back. Yeah, go steal my video. David Princey says, can you wish me a happy birthday? I don't even know if it's actually your birthday. You might be trolling me right now. All right, I'll still tell you. Happy birthday, David Princey. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for hanging out on your birthday. Bisexual Christmas flannel. I mean, yeah, it is the blue and the, well, I mean, it's not pink, but blue and red, I guess. That is bisexual. Ian's from East Coast. Yeah, I guess it's morning, 11. Yeah. I woke up very early. Last stream was quite eventful. You guys didn't pick up on it. Just from the title, I lost like 800 subscribers. I guess they didn't like gay people. I guess I had some people who were annoyed by it. Or maybe they were on the left and they were like, why are you asking me why are gay people gay? And then they unsubscribed. I might have lost a couple of people to that as well. Yeah, Connor Core from Australia. It's the next morning, exactly. Roby wants the title from last time. The title from last time was, why are you guys gay? And why why Republicans hate gays. A lot of people were triggered by the why are Republicans don't hate gays. They just hate when gays force things on them. Fucking stupid. Stupid argument. Holding myself back. I'm not going to hold myself back. Nazis didn't hate the Jews. They just didn't like how they controlled the banks and the culture and were brainwashing kids. There, I said it. Not me comparing Republicans to Jews. Please don't unsubscribe. Not to Jews, to Nazis. Sophia Isabel says, God bless everyone. Have a good day. Thank you. Biosavat, what the fuck? Am I not notified for your streams? Damn you, YouTube. Biosavat, that means you're not on Instagram, because that's where I notify people on Instagram. And on Discord. That's where I notify people on Discord for streams. I have like a little channel for where I notify people for my videos and where I notify people for live streams. If it's too annoying, you can, I don't know how Discord works, but I imagine you can like mute probably the videos and just have the notifications for live stream or whatever. I love you guys. Maximilian, I say visit Rwanda. We are very LGBTQ friendly. Yeah, I don't know enough about Rwanda to comment on that. Oh yeah, it's true. Do I still have... Oh, I don't have the sarcasm thing. Or you guys are gonna have to guess. Unless it gets really bad and I'm gonna have to reintroduce it again. William Miller, I don't, Maximilien, I don't know if it's sarcasm because I don't know enough about Rwanda. I'm gonna leave it there. I've had a lot of talks. As I've said before, in Gaspésie, where I live, there's a lot of people from like, you know, different countries, because what the government is doing is incentivizing people to come in like remote regions where it's kind of, you know, kind of having issues. And one way of doing that is that they send like immigrants. And I've had some very good and interesting conversations with people from all over. And yeah, let's say it's just very hard to find someone who's progressive, coming from very, very conservative countries, still very open-minded. I'll give you a story, and I thought that was a very interesting story. So I met someone from I invited them for supper because, again, let's say you're from that person was from Côte d'Ivoire, and he spoke French, so we spoke French. And the interesting thing is, this man from Côte d'Ivoire was very, very conservative. We invited him over because if you're African, if you're black, you kind of stand out here, and not everyone is, let's say, friendly. People are usually friendly. They're just difficult of approach, let's say. But we invited him over. We had a really, really interesting talk, because of course he's very, very conservative. And then when I told him I was bi, he was kind of shocked. But I love the shock. And the interesting thing, and the whole reason why I'm telling you this, is because this man said, yeah, like, we don't accept gay people and things like that. And he said, but if I had a child in Canada, it would be fine if he or she or they were gay, right? And I thought that was an interesting take, because if you don't think homosexuality is fine, why would you accept the child to be gay? And the reason he told me is that, and there's some like internalized colonialism and all that in there, but he said, yeah, but you guys are more progressed in a way, more not developed, but like you're more advanced socially. And I thought that was very, like, I still don't know what to think about it, but it's very interesting from someone who is self-admittedly homophobic to say, yeah, your acceptance of gay people is more advanced in a way. That was my anecdote of the day. William Miller says, you're a communist, but gay people are the controversial thing. Yeah. I mean, gay people are the culture war right now. It'll be the commies soon. That's my prediction. It'll be the commies. Gabriel the Griffin says, it's weird, but I find a lot of fashy folks are also interested in a lot of educational / historical channels. Yes. Yeah, for sure. It's very well known, but for different reasons. I used to be a nationalist, and I've talked about that before, and if not straight up a fascist. And I was really interested in history. But the history I was interested then and the history I'm interested now are completely different topics. The first one is more of a nationalistic history, where it's the history of your people. If it's not white, it's going to be the history of your people. Like, for example, me was the Quebec people, right? It doesn't mean that if you're into like Quebec history that you're a fascist, but you'll identify a lot of yourself to the history of a people, which is fine, but can have like some fashy tendencies. I remember someone who studied in history told me like a lot of the people who studied in history in this program were kind of the fashy type in terms of looking at the history, not to look at it critically, but to glorify it. And I think maybe that's the difference, right? Fascists might look at history to glorify it, while lefties, now when I look at history, is either to criticize it or to use it to criticize the present, or to understand the present, less than to glorify and try to mimic the past. My next video, which I'm extremely excited about, very, very excited, is going to look at the past, to criticize the present. I don't want to spoil it. I feel like because I'm so excited, I will end up spoiling it at one point in the stream with enough pressure. Eventually. Connor Core says, "Is there such a thing as a non-queer anarchist?" I'm sure. I'm sure there are. I mean, depends on what you mean by anarchists. If an anarchist is only someone who claims themselves to be anarchists, I mean, you have some anarcho-capitalists. So I do not I do not doubt the existence of some non-queer anarchists, or some, at least some self-proclaimed non-queer anarchists. I think it's a contradiction, personally. I'm happy you just watched the propaganda video. Himmy name is Jewel. Welcome chat, never seen your name. Subpoena says slay the gay. I'm not sure we want to slay the gays here, I'm sorry. If you do, we might be in the wrong community. Youssef Ben Abu, hello Youssef. Hello Ethan. Thank you, thank you. Ethan says they enjoyed my latest video. I'm late on chat. All right, let's go fast. Aiken says hello, hello. Trevor Mwangi says the Thieves Guild. Are we the Thieves Guild? We're not in Skyrim. And there is no, we're not hiding. We're in plain sight. Roby says it also depends on how you define queer, I guess. Maybe. Mar says, show off the nails. Here are the nails. I'm gonna have to find to hide my face. Here are the nails. All right, next stream, they'll probably be all gone because I'm a stressed person. Been trying really hard not to bite my nails, especially when I release a new video. By the way, before we continue anywhere, I'm gonna put my my next streams are gonna be on Germinal. I'm gonna do my next streams here, and the reason for that is, I really wanted the canvas to like just be my video essays now, like strictly. And I'm gonna put all the live streams here. I mean, the live stream and the canvas are two very, very different vibes. And I'll do it here. I haven't posted in a very long time. I'll get on that, I promise. I will link this in chat. So subscribe to Germinal. We'll start streaming on there. And if you're not sure if you're gonna get you're not gonna get what you call it, notifications or whatever, go on the Discord, say hi, go hang out. And I'll also link that in chat. So that way we're gonna have our own space for stream, and we're not gonna get people who are gonna be really, really angry when we say that Republicans are fascists. Ziki says, do you paint yourself? The only parts of me that I paint is my nails. But I didn't paint them myself. I didn't paint myself with on the nails. That was Bally who did that. But I know your question was if I paint myself. All the paintings that you saw, well, you see me painting in the last video. If you haven't, this is a self-report. Zikis hasn't watched my video. Everybody point at point at them and laugh. No, I traced a painting of Roy Lichtenstein in my latest video. And that should answer my question if or if I paint or not myself. I don't really do it. I was happy with the American flag. That I was happy with. It took me didn't take me that long, but that was fun. But aside from that, nah, I don't. I've tried. Now I'm going through is it PT? Pity? PTY? It says, hello, funny art man. I'm funny, thank you. Thank you very much. And Maximalin, doing for the record, says, no, it's not sarcasm. In fact, Rwanda is the safest country in Africa, probably in the world too. The government made it so because of it is good for business. If that's true, I'm very happy. I'm very happy that you're in a safe space and that you can openly be homosexual without too much issues. These comments, this chat. Yeah, if you go on Discord, be careful with Lenore. Now people want to get stolen. Okay. God. Did you guys watch the latest video? Did you like the latest video? Condercore, exactly. Germinal to you means the month of the vastly superior French Revolutionary calendar. It's not only the French Revolutionary calendar, which is true, but keep in mind it's also in. Hold on. All right, I want to show you what I was. Printemps in English. I don't know my season is in English. How embarrassing. All right. It's also a month in spring. And usually spring is there's a correlation between spring and revolutions in general and revolts and all that. And also Germinal is a book by Émile Zola, and it's also it used to be a magazine by Rudolf Rocker. Or not, I guess you wouldn't call it a magazine, right? Rudolf Rocker, who I really liked. It was a journal. Interestingly enough, Rocker wasn't Jewish, but he learned Yiddish because there's a strong correlation between Jewish people and anarchism. And the anarchist journal he edited was in Yiddish, which is pretty cool, I find. Darkwater says, hi Sean, isn't Germinal stolen from Zola? Yeah, I stole from Zola. I stole from Rudolf Rocker, who stole from Zola, who stole it from the French calendar. People are saying, David Princey says, I'll join Discord even though I only use it once a year. You'll start using it all the time now that you're in our server. Stifled Voice says, dude, I like your last video about appropriation, but I'm not sure I want to enter any more parasocial relationships. I don't know you. I hate you. You're not my friend. Don't talk to me. Wait, would that still be a parasocial relationship, just an abusive one? Isn't that worse? All right, never mind, never mind. I don't want this. I don't want this. No, Biosavad is making a Discord. Aw, Tiltic liked the video, loved it, missed the art content. Yeah, I wanted to put a bit of art stuff for you, not for you, Mar, but for the people. It's what they asked, so I gave it to them. Thank you, Godspeed, you beef. I'll just say Godspeed now. Andrew 1310 says, you draw. No, I don't. I do nothing. I make videos. Thank you, Zashan Luke. Thank you very much. Yes, there is a Discord. I'll post it just for you. Feel special. There you go. Sean casually modeling Andrew Tate's content style. Was that me being abusive? Is that it? What was that? And William Miller is painting. Now William Miller will have to put the painting in Discord. I watched the new video I asked because the painting wasn't that good and I wanted to paint it for a long time but was afraid of not being good. Now I don't care. Any tips for where to start? I don't know. I don't know how to start painting. I haven't started painting. I mean, I did, but like I don't know. Just do it. Just do it. And if the painting's not like if your painting's not that good, it's all right. It's all good. Some paintings have been really ugly and have still made it. And also, maybe I would say, all right, that's what I would say. The appreciation of your art probably should be in its aesthetic or it's in its technical qualities, unless that's what you want to, unless that's what you want to work on, right? But your art can be great even without the technicality of it, in the sense of like, you know, Duchamp's urinal, which I always mention, and I even made a little like scale, not even scale model. No, I did do a scale model. Or a real life size model of it. You know, it's just a urinal put upside down. No, nothing is required. No technical proficiency. Just an idea. You just need an idea. How you do it? I mean, I joked about it in the video and I said like, oh yeah, just say it's expressionistic. And just say that's exactly what you want it to do. Like honestly, if that's your, like if your art is about that, then you know, it's about like an idea that you already believe in, that you want to communicate. How you do it is, at least to me, is not as important as the idea itself, if the idea is unique. If that makes sense. And so Jean-Luc says, you pronounced my name perfectly, holy hell. Well, Zashan, I'm Sean, and Luc is a French first name, but it could be your last name. I'm from the West, this is new. Oh, Knuckles says you're a photographer artist. I was, maybe. Just do it. Yeah, Shia LaBeouf. Just paint. Just do it. This is my motivational part of the video. Lee says, I know this is an aside, but did you have a video about your house and stuff? I think it's my wife's dream setup, and seeing the true ins and outs would be nice. Yeah, I haven't talked about the house in a while. It's ready. Like I'm already receiving some artists, mostly from Quebec, that I invited. There hasn't been that much like applications from this channel. I'm wondering if it's because I haven't made a video yet. I might make an actual video where I actually show the house more more in depth or with more detail. But no, I'm very excited. I invited some musicians as well, and there's going to be some music shows in our living room. I know there's going to be one in August, which is confirmed, which is going to be a lot of fun. Maybe I'll make a video about the house and stuff. But it's ready. We're ready to get to receive people. I'm very excited about that. Yes, the cat's right. When I look at my drawings year or so old, I would be ashamed to be the author of those today. To improve, there has to be an attempt. Absolutely, and that's for anything. I am ashamed of my videos, like the videos I started, in probably like almost every way. The editing, I didn't like that much. Not my style anymore. It's a style, but it's not my style anymore. The narration is terrible. Script writing is the ideas and all that. I feel like, but I had to do it if I wanted to improve, right? It's like that for anything. It's okay to hate it. If you already liked it, then that would be worrisome, I think. If you start doing something and you already love it and you like it, it might be worrisome in the sense that you might not, have the impetus to improve. When I made my first video, like, I knew it wasn't that great, but I was excited to do more, and try to make it better than the last one. And B says, what do you think of the idea that you must first be able to paint like Da Vinci before you can paint like Picasso? I don't like that idea at all. Thank you for the question though, and B. No, I don't like that idea at all. I believe in the kind of artist who doesn't know how to draw and who doesn't know how to paint and who has an idea that they want to communicate so much that they start painting and it doesn't look good. It doesn't look great. It can even look terrible. But the idea of painting it, or the process of painting it is genuine, in its communication of an idea. Now, I don't think you necessarily need the technical proficiency to do it. I don't know. I'm sure a lot of people in chat will disagree with that, which is fine. Unless you have like a very specific way you want to paint or to draw, that it's very focused and it's already in your head and you want to, transform whatever idea you have in your head and put it on paper, then I can see how you'd like to hone in your like dexterity and your technical skills, right? But if to you your conception of art is not necessarily in its final result, but in its process, as it is for me, then it's completely different. Oh, Connor Core, I'm very happy to hear that. That sounds like a really, really cool project. Connor Core says, after seeing what Sean did last week, I was inspired to go out and take photos of Australian landmarks and then have blood running down them. It's like Asger Jorn, right? That's the kind of thing that inspired me. You were inspired by me, who was inspired by Asger Jorn, who was probably inspired by other people. That video is like completely linked to that. Sorry for reading. Oh, Darkwire says, when I read academic stuff I wrote 10 years ago, I'm amazed I wrote it. That's really good. That's really good. I guess it can be, yeah, it can be different. You can have different experiences. But of course, like your first academic stuff, you might not be as amazed. I don't know. But I'm sure you can, like there's some videos that I go back to and I'm like, oh wow, that's actually a really good idea, because I tend to forget about them, right? But I'm like, oh, that was actually a really good idea for that one, you know, for that one video. Or for, you know, a good idea to string that painting with this, you know, with this concept or this history. I like, of course I'll be always very self-critical and say, all right, I should have done this different, blah blah blah, but in general, yeah, I can still be amazed by some elements of it. Biosavat says, God damn it, I'm back. What did I miss? Biosavat just went on Discord and got lost. Made a Discord and got lost. NB says, I do think you need to master painting, but I think you need to understand the fundamentals, have a strong foundation, understanding of art history. Yeah, art history I think is important, for sure. I remember having that debate. Someone say, I don't want to know anything about art history to not be corrupted by the knowledge of art history, because I want to go in, do art as a blank slate. But no, I do think an understanding of art history can be valuable. I think, for example, I hope that the last video I made on appropriation, thievery, stealing, and, you know, appropriating stuff from past artists is going to motivate people, you know, to do their own things and, you know, use that as an inspiration, appropriate their own stuff. Now, I think that can only be enabled by a good understanding of art history. I don't know. I can't read your name, but they say, did someone ever make a piece of art that is the process of making art? Arguably, Elsie says, arguably, that's what Abex, yeah, was. That's what I was gonna say. Abstract expressionism was. For example, Jackson Pollock, right? It was kind of like the process of making art that was painted on the canvas, so you could see every brushstroke like individually. You can like the whole like the expression was, you could see it, and it was, and even through the overlaps, you can theoretically maybe see where the first drips were, and, you know, through the layering you can probably reconstruct the painting in a way. I don't know if it's like fundamentally about the process of making art, but some people have interpreted or appreciated these paintings that way. Darkwater says, the early stuff makes me cringe. There you go. I'm happy your academic papers from when you started suck, make you cringe. It proves my point. That's all I wanted. Elizabeth says, in the future, the comments will be injected straight into your brain. You won't need to silently read them. I can't wait for that to happen. Elon Musk, please, I want to be part of the beta for those brain chips. Roby is on a train. No need to flex, Roby. We don't have trains here where I am. But enjoy the trip, as Gabriel says. Lenore also loves trains. And Connorcore, yeah, Connorcore says, I kind of see art as an unbroken chain of inspiration going all the way back to Lesko. Yeah, absolutely. And it's important to know those roots and to know where we're like what you can take from, and to not repeat. Like, that's the worst part. Like, repeat the same thing. Well, okay, two things. People who don't want to know about art history or who underestimate art history as artists can fall in two traps. The first one is the trap of making something that's already been done, which is a trap that a lot of people who do abstraction fall into. And it doesn't mean that because it's already been done, it's worthless, but it runs the risk of being extremely boring. And the second trap that you can fall into is the trap of thinking that you are like an ahistorical being. An ahistorical being. The kind of art, by thinking you don't need to know about art history or anything, you don't acknowledge your place in history, in the sense that, you know, you think that you're ahistorical, and then you do some abstract painting. But the very fact that you're doing abstract painting shows that you're still a part of that history, and you're just ignoring it or being ignorant of it. But had you been born 100 years ago, now like maybe 200, abstract painting wouldn't have been something you would have done. And you have to understand your place in history as an artist, because even if you don't want it to influence you, and maybe that's one of the reasons why you're not looking into art history, but even though you might think you're not influenced by anything, you are. Because again, 200 years ago, it would have been impossible for you to, not impossible, but, you know, very unlikely that you would pioneer abstraction. And now with everything, with you know, it's impossible to not be inspired or not to be influenced with your art. Like, all right, I'm not going to be influenced by art history because I want to be very original or whatever. But meanwhile, you're influenced by all the art you see on Instagram, all the ads that you see on television, all the art that you see on Netflix or whatever, on Netflix shows. It's unescapable. And the idea that, you know, you want to be completely original and uncorrupted, and that the way you're going to achieve that is by just not looking at history, is just going to confine you to your current influences. So instead of actually, I'm rambling here, but instead of actually being more original by not being corrupted by art history, what's happening is that you're becoming just more unoriginal by only keeping your current like influences, the ones that surround you, like keeping those as your only influence. You will always be influenced. That's my point. Always be under the influence when you make art. Art history just broadens these influences. It doesn't narrow them down. Now chat's really happy about the train. You don't need to. It doesn't take much to make Pat happy. Yeah, Elsie wrote what I'm saying right now before I even said it. I promise, Elsie, I didn't copy you. going through all the comments. Look at these long messages. You think I have the time to read? Milovan M says, what books do you recommend for someone interested in history of art? None. Watch my videos. Watch all my videos. Binge watch them. But actually, what I would do, and it's something that I've recommended before, if you absolutely want books, read books about specific art movements or even specific artists, and start from there. And by reading a book on a specific artist or about a specific art movement, you will be pointed towards other artists or other art movements that have influenced these artists, and you can start branching out from there. Because I don't know, I haven't had much luck in reading art history completely in one book, because it's such a broad topic. Like, just Wikipedia, right? Let's say we start with Roy Lichtenstein. And then we read about Roy Lichtenstein. Interesting. And sometimes there's even images. Look at that. You don't have to read everything. And then, you know, at one point, you'll be reading, like, let's see here. Oh, Andy Warhol, Jasper Johns, James Rosenquist. All right. Oh, there's even like some paintings. All right, pop artist. Yeah, let's go with pop art, right? Mass culture, advertising, comic books. Okay, cool. Then pop art is widely interpreted as a reaction to the then dominant ideas of abstract expressionism. Abstract expressionism had dominant ideas in the United States. Let's look at that. Then you read all this, and it's really short, and you're already getting a lot of things. And then you can, I've heard Jackson Pollock before, or surrealism. Isn't that what Dali did? Oh, cool. That's amazing. And you read, all right, I want to look at your like photography or whatever. Where's the art? Where's the art? Oh, this is the art here. So many names that you can explore. It's not as cool. Of course, it's not as cool as a book. A lot more information, and you're a lot more free to explore whatever you want at a click of a button. I think that's how that's the best way, at least to me, to explore history of art. It's going to be super. In French, we say décousu. It won't have like a through line. You won't be directed. I think that's a good thing. Go wherever you want. Explore. If something is not that interesting, go back. You might even find like artists that you love that not that many people know. And then you'll be cool. You know? You might not be as cool for not reading a book, but you'll be even cooler for knowing names of artists that nobody else knows. Hello, tomfoolery. And B says, I did abstract art events, and my wife and I developed a strong relationship with someone who wanted to be an abstract artist. We tried to reach her some history and fundamentals, but she couldn't care. I imagine. Can I show you the art that I hate the most? I don't know how to call it. It's abstract art. It's and like there is like probably 100% chance that one of the like 60 people in chat right now does that kind of art. And I'm sorry, No, I'm not sorry. Fuck you. Your art sucks. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your art doesn't suck. I just don't like it. I find it boring and talentless and and overdone. I'm just playing. I'm having fun. I don't care that much about your art. I don't know how to call it. I'm gonna find it. Yeah, that's the kind of art. All right, I found it. Is that how it's called? All right, are you ready? You're about to see. And if that's you in chat, if you're brave enough, say that it's you. It's okay. All right, ready? These. What I'm thinking about is like this kind of stuff. Maybe some of you think it's cool. Or this kind of stuff. Or this kind of stuff. I don't want to be mean to Rinske Duna. All right, but like this, I don't care about it. So that's a bit better than what I have in mind. It's like it's really nice decorative painting. All right? It's really nice decorative painting. I'm trying to find like pouring. Is that it? Molly's artistry. I'm sorry, Molly's artistry. Yes, pouring. There you go. Holy shit, do I not care about this? Am I being mean? Am I being mean? Like, it looks fun and very satisfying to do, okay? I will not take that away from you if you do this. But what are you doing? Is it just to like be a cool painting on your wall, or like to spruce up a restaurant, or in that case maybe fine, you know, you're just using it as decorative. All right, we need something yellow to put on the wall because we have yellow couches. We need them to match. What are you saying as an artist? What are you saying with this? With what kind of with what kind of arrogance do you put that painting on the wall and hope for me to have to give it attention? Ethan says, I do art history for the cool factor for sure. Art history is very cool. Okay, Real the Griffin says, okay, Canvas, just drag us like that. I've been very mean to you today. I'm sorry. It's to make sure that we don't develop a parasocial relationship. Jazz Fox says, your Animal Farm video was fire, man. You're going to make more videos book related, like Watership Down or a Storm of Steel from Ernst Junger. I've never read Ernst Junger, and I will be completely honest, I've never heard of Ernst Junger. A German author. For war stuff. I might look into it. I have a couple of videos up, like in my head. My next video, as I said, very excited about history, not about art though. I'm sorry for all the art lovers out there. I was gonna guess your painting. I'll see. That's not nice. All right, Arias Alfredo Louis agrees with me. High saturation drip painting is so childish and boring. All right, there you go. All right, let's go. Let's get them in chat. Let's get the hot takes. Yeah, there you go. All right, Anby says that type of art is a fun technique and worth learning as a skill, but it's more of a craft than anything. Yeah, there you go. All right, that I can agree with. Knuckles says I used to do that as a kid, coloring my by the number. See, color by number is not like amazing. It can be fun to make. I think that's like a great way of summarizing a lot of people's art. It's saying like, yeah, it's like coloring by number, right? It's fun. It can be therapeutic. It can be very relaxing. It can even be beautiful in the right context. But it doesn't mean much, does it? Oh, Ramen Vaughan Williams says, I have been having an argument about this in the Discord. About what? What kind of arguments are we having in Discord? There's never arguments in Discord. Yeah, MRE says, I think it's cool if it's like a background for something. It could be in the right context for sure. I'm not putting that. Yeah. Tiltic says, I definitely get the appeal of it. Like it's pretty and nice to hang on your wall, but it doesn't really influence me at all. Yeah, like I said, yeah, I agree. It's pretty and it can be nice to hang on your wall. And the reason for that is like it's decorative, right? It's the same kind of pretty that like I showed like Asger Jorn's paintings, right? Disquieting Duckling. And like the painting without the duck is pretty, right? I think I'm trying to find like a way to look at this artwork and show it to you guys. Right, there you go. So like take away the duck. It's still a nice, it's a pretty image, right? You put it on your wall, it's like it gives like a little cozy influence, you know, as decoration. But you tell me, all right, would you like to meet the artist who made this? I'd be like, I don't give a fuck. I'm sure the person's a nice person, right? And they love what they do, but like this is not personality. It's same thing for here. There's no personality in this. But the duck has personality. It's not nice, but it's creative at the very least. Connor Core says, looks nice in a doctor's surgery. Yes. The canvas cancels poor artists. Yeah. Fuck poor artists. Not P-O-O-R, but P-O-U-R. I admire artists who don't have money. Because to me, those are the artists that have the highest chance of not having sold their souls. Roman and Vaughan Williams says, why has this emerged now? What is the context? For if you're talking about this, I think that the DIY kind of trend online helps this. Materials are cheaper than ever. And you know, people who want to do art but don't have any personality or creativity to express themselves will latch on. I'm being really mean for no reasons, just for entertainment, right? I don't actually care, I promise. This is for entertainment. But as I was saying, people who don't have the personality or creativity to express themselves will latch onto something that looks cool, but that doesn't say anything. But yeah, so this is the kind of thing that looks cool, that doesn't require personality or creativity or any work, right? It's just the kind of thing that you can just do. And for people who that haven't cultivated, you know, like an artistic purpose, let's say, let's use it like that, they can go to that kind of that painting and, you know, fulfill the kind of creative urge that tickles them. So they have this creative urge in their empty soul, and they think that by doing that kind of stuff, it will make their soul more full, and they'll be more happy. But turns out maybe they are more happy. There you go. And B again. Poor painting is a craft, not an art. There you go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kenji. Kenji, hello. Hello, everybody, says Kenji. You're not working with art anymore. No. Kenji says, I am a mess since I'm not working with art anymore. You're not a mess because of that. You can always make art. Aditya Kalra says, from where does the hatred originate? It originates from, I don't know. I guess the hatred originates, it's more like it's not a hatred, it's just like a annoyance in a way. I feel like it's normal to have expectations of wanting some really cool art. And when you have this, your expectations aren't met. And when you have expectations that aren't met, you're just sad. I mean, I think my problem with that is not that it's done, because people can do whatever the fuck they want, right? It's just that, because I've had people come to me and say like, oh, look at my art, and this is what they show me. And maybe some of you are in chat right now. If that was one of you, you've annoyed me. You've made me angry. But no, I think it betrays a lack of understanding of our history, in the sense that to you, art can just be the kind of thing that, I don't know. That's my understanding of art. My understanding of art clashes with their understanding of art, and it makes me angry. But it's fine. It's all good. It means that we're both passionate about art, but just in different ways. Lenore is right. Generally, when I've seen that type of art, it is meant as a consumer product. Absolutely. Again, as a decor painting. And people feel like people don't think, this sucks, of course. But, you know, if you want to make art for yourself or as a decor painting, right? Look at abstract expressionists and do what they did, and already you'll do something so much more interesting. And I feel like it can help, right? Let me show you. So here's a little hot tip. I don't know why it's hot. Anyway, the tip is, you want to make art for yourself or as decor, or just to like learn to express yourself. Don't go to, all right, don't go to this type of thing, right? To this how would you call it? It's like a recipe. Yeah, this recipe type art. And just follow the recipe, and then you'll have, bake for 20 minutes, and you have an art. I've made an art, and then you put it on the wall. Just write abstract expressionist, all right? It's not much, but to me, I feel like it's already the right way. Like I've already said, I find this, like I like Pollock, right? But if you make a Pollock today, it's kind of boring. I would probably skip these. But for example, look at these. I feel like working on a composition solely, and it can be like, you're probably the kind of type of person who says, I can probably do that. Well, do it, right? Just do it, as we've said earlier. That kind of stuff. And even if it's ugly, that's an artist I really like. I forget his name. In my head, it's France. Like Franz. It's Franz Klein. There you go. I've told my brother. My brother bought a canvas. My brother's not an artsy type. Not at all. And he was like, oh, I'm looking for like, I'd like to buy like a work of art, probably got from Amazon or something. And I was like, just do it yourself. You'll be more proud of yourself and you'll be happy with it. And I showed him Franz Klein and he really liked Franz Klein. He's like, yeah, I can probably try to do that. And you make it pretty big, and of course it's going to look like it's official if it's big, right? Do that. And you're going to learn to actually have to look at different Franz Klein paintings. Don't necessarily replicate them, but see, all right, what's cool about a Franz Klein painting? Then you look into them. All right, there's a lot of diagonal lines. Some have vertical lines. Sometimes there's like splotches. Sometimes the lines are not like full. Sometimes they're very dark. Sometimes you see the brush stroke, blah, blah, blah. Just by doing that exercise, not only are you going to be making art that is more, less recipe kind of, because like you're trying to figure out someone else's thing, you might be more proud of it. Because it actually required labor instead of just a recipe. And you can do that for many different ones. Clifford Still is also a cool one that I just saw. I think that, yeah. Is that Clifford Still? This is Clifford Still. And then, eventually, maybe you'll be able to develop your own style. But abstract expressionism is the kind of thing that, you know, you can dabble in pretty easily. And a lot of people find it cool. Again, if you show that to me today, and I'll be like, all right, that's just a Franz Klein, right? But it's such a better way to start or to express yourself if you're going to look into expressing yourself than doing that, than doing this, than just looking at the paint go bloop bloop. Because that's what you're doing. You're looking at the paint going bloop bloop. Enough with this. Enough. Wait, I saw Ballet in chat, so I have to scroll up and see. Ballet's watching on their lunch break. Hello, Ballet. Everyone say hi to Ballet. Maybe they're still there. Hopefully they're still there. It's gravity's art instead of the artist. Ethan says and asks a really good question. Do you think such rather stringent views on art could turn some people away from art and art history? Not to judge, I have similar views, just interested. I think so. I think it might turn some people away. But I feel like if you turn people away from art history or art in general because we say it requires work or it requires knowledge, then maybe that's for the better. Maybe that's for the better, right? And if that turns you away, maybe like, and you still want to do art, like just disagree with me. It's fine. Not you, Ethan, but just in general, right? The person who's like, all right, I don't want to do art because it looks too complicated. I don't think it's complicated. you just need like some knowledge. Right. Oh, this long tangent, and I did not read one single comment of yours. Oh, Naro's in chat. What's up? What we stealing? What we stealing right now is the dignity of artists who make drip paintings, or not drip paintings, but pour paintings, who pour the acrylic. That's what we're stealing. We're stealing their dignity, hopes, and dreams. And B says, I sold a pour painting for $1,000 to a Jordan Peterson fan. True story. There you go. And B has had the courage to say that they had that they did a pour painting, but they sold it for a lot of money to a Jordan Peterson fan. Tiltek says, I personally find painting landscapes very meditating and enjoy them doing them because the process is nice and I learned a lot from it. But I don't think I would make a serious piece that's just a landscape. Yeah, I mean, you can still do a serious piece that's just a landscape, right? And in a way, if you make it about, I don't know, about subversing the idea that landscapes are boring, I feel like that in itself can make your landscape even like not as boring, right? There's always a way of taking boring paintings and make them somewhat interesting in a confrontational way. But yeah, no. Seeing art as meditation is a completely different thing. Seeing the paint go bloop bloop is meditative. And like we can look at ASMR for the next hour of acrylic paint mixing together on a canvas. And we'll all be very relaxed and happy. Personally, from art, I'm not looking to be relaxed and happy. Nero says, same shit as the epoxy pour coffee tables. Completely ruins all the beauty of the wood. Ballet actually has a very, very strong hatred for epoxy coffee tables. TikTok art, Daniel Popescu says, yes. Yes, exactly. I think Daniel put their finger on it, TikTok art. All right, Ballet says, goodbye, Mr. Canvas. You read comments too slowly. We lost. My own partner leaves because I read too slowly. All right, new strategy. Because now my heart is broken. I will read comments as they come. As they come. I'll read comments. The comments that are the newest. All right, I saw Not Nandaloaf says, is there a Discord? Yes, there is, and it's in chat right now. And Joanna R sends some hellos. Hello, Joanna. Roman Vaughan Williams says, I saw a pour painting in an exhibition entitled Contemporary British Painting, an organization centered around critical discourse in contemporary art. See, that can be interesting, I think. Is that painting there, like, there as a critique, or is it there unironically? And I feel the fact that we ask that question when we look at it is in itself a something that's worth having, right? Liz B says, literally shooting the canvas makes a better artwork than pour painting. I agree with that. Nero says, a large part of why people are scared to get into art is due to people fetishizing art and artistry. The bourgeois. Nice attempt at writing the bourgeois, or the bourgeoisie, or no, the bourgeois. You forgot an R. You added an I. No, you put the I at the wrong place. You added a U. Ugh, narrow. The bourgeois romanticization of it being a talent and not a skill for expression to be learned. Yeah, I know. The whole idea, the idea that it takes, you know, it's like an innate talent. Oh, Picasso started drawing at the age of 2 years old. Like, that kind of idea, and that it takes like some kind of innate talent. The whole idea that some artists are more popular than others, I believe it's a social construct, right? The whole idea that, well, I mean, they are popular, but like, they're popular for some reason, and it's not because they're aesthetically superior, right? Most of them are popular because they influenced a lot of people. So they're popular because they're popular in a way, right? One of the reasons why Picasso is so popular is because he's influenced a lot of art history. But he influenced a lot of art history because he was popular. Not to say that he's a bad artist, but I believe it could have been other people, many other people. Not Nandalove says, what contemporary artists do you like? Am I about to do the local artists are the only artists that you can like? Not the only artists that you can like, but personally, I've said that before. Now I'll make it short for you. Artists that I like are artists that will speak to your context and different perspectives that affect you in your specific context in a way. For example, the artists I like are artists who are either from Quebec or even from my own very local area. And why? It's because I can actually identify with them and identify with the subjects that they make, and they can show me a different way of looking at these through their own personal experiences dealing within the same context as me, in a way. That's where I find that their perspective can bring the most to me, a perspective in the same kind of context, but through a different lens. And that's what an artist, at least to me, should do. Now, you can also be confronted with like experiences and stories and ideas that come from, you know, other countries and other situations from, you know, outside of your own little part, I guess. But I think what will make you like them is, I mean, it might be their art, but I think it'll be more like the experience that they're relaying and less the artist themselves, if that makes sense. So for example, I'm having a hard time thinking of an example for that. But let's say someone from another country makes art specific to their country, and you find that, you know, very rewarding, because not only are you learning about the situation in that country, but the experience of that person within that country, and they're relaying all these very complicated topics through art. That's a very, very strong connection that you can have with an artwork. But it's not one that can be replicated very often, I believe. Maybe it can if it really speaks to you. But let's say it's the situation in South Africa, right? It might be very, very telling to you, and you might be very it might like strike you, the art from this South African artist. But I don't think, you know, after seeing art from South Africa not living in South Africa after like 30 times, it might not be as striking to you. Though art from your community that you see maybe 30 times will still strike to you because it immediately impacts you, and it impacts not only your relationship to the artist that you can have more easily because they live in your community, but also your relationship to your community itself by having these debates provoked by artists, by being able to see how other people live and experience your own community. So I'll give you one example. Show and tell, people. All right, I'll leave you with my my statue of Saint Dominic. All right, it's behind chat. It's either that or I silence chat, and I've been pretty mean today to chat, so I'm not gonna silence you. All right. All right. Nero says, French spelling is not valid. It is. It's not valid to you because you're American. All right. So an artist I really, really like is, his name is Antoine Larocque. He's from Quebec. And he published Notes d'Atelier, which is notes that he took during his well, in his art studio as he was doing art. And a lot of them, this is what it looks like. And it's hundreds of pages, hundreds of notes from his studio. And a lot of them are very, very angry, which I personally love. And all of them start their own discourse about, especially about art and about the art world in Quebec and how it's going on. Like, for example, here, l'époque des rails puis les artistes Google how to get more likes on Instagram. I had my French accent in English there. Les artistes Google how to get more likes on Instagram. And that's only one thing, and it says our epoch is going to shit, and artists are Googling how to get more likes on Instagram. And that's the kind of thing that talks to me. And it's just him writing this with not crayons, but I used those before. Anyway, you French. Oh God, I spoke French. But you know what I mean? So, but that kind of thing. Well, the idea that our epoch is going to shit, and artists are going on Instagram or on Google saying how to get more likes on Instagram. It's an experience that maybe a lot of people can deal. Like, it's not just specific to Quebec, but there are some that are specific to Quebec or to Canada. All right. No, like here. T'es pas une galerie d'art, t'es la cour à scrap de l'art keb. You know what? I'm not even gonna translate. Yeah, pastel. Thank you, Gabriel. I'm not gonna translate what I just said because you motherfuckers don't care about French anyway. It's Antoine Larocque. Notes d'Atelier. I don't even know if if they're still selling. If you speak French but you don't speak Quebec French, it could be interesting to read. It's 214 pages, so it's a lot of nut. It's a really cool book. I'm not look. I'm not sponsored or anything, but I like this artist. The book is $35, 35 Canadian, so that's peanuts in American. And he also has like a. They're all sold out. They're épuisés. Let me put that in. Wait, in chat. There you go. If any of you want that, it's there. That's my answer to my contemporary artist I like. It sucks because it's French, I know, but it's my own experience with the world, right? And I have a very hard time believing in the relevance of like one great artist that, you know, a lot of people can relate to and find so enriching. I can believe in one great project from an artist, right? You can have projects that are worth everybody's consideration. But one artist? I don't know. Not Nandilov says, that was a beautiful answer, so thank you. So then, do you believe in the idea of art as a commodity? Do you believe in the present day relationship between artist, art, and the collector? No, I don't. It sucks that it has to be that way, because or else artists can't have a job. So it kind of has to be that way. I think the idea that artists need to sell kind of makes them do this and this. Oops. This, but it makes them do this, which sucks. So no, I don't think it's a good thing. I do believe in it because I think it's a thing that happens, but I don't believe that's it's a good thing. I think the relationship between artist, art, and the collector is I think the idea of the collector kind of sucks as well. Fuck the collector. There's a heavy class bias in art collection in general. If rich people are the people who decides which artist can live and which artist has to work at a cafe or whatever, or not live but live from their art, there's a selection process that is heavily not to say unfair, but at least unrepresentative of what the people want, right? There is a class element, like a class filter to art, when collectors are the ones who enable artists to live from their art or not. Why do you guys want to burn my Discord server down? What's up with that? Do you have the stream image reversed so it looks like a mirror on your monitor? No, but I can do this. And then everybody's gonna think, oh wait, it's a completely different person who looks kind of off because it's flipped horizontally. Oh god. Oh god. Let's switch it right away. What a mistake. Perfect. All right. Beautiful. Daniel Popescu says, do a video about him? He seems interesting. You mean Antoine Larocque? I could do a video about him, but then people are gonna throw up because it's in French. He did study in English at Concordia University in Montreal, so he probably speaks English. I invited him. He might come over here for a couple of weeks in Newport. Maybe I could make a video on him. Knuckle says, what is he angry about? Please explain. He's angry about the same things as me, pretty much. The art being less and less engaged with society in a very, very like he's very cynical about art and the role of art in the world. And there you go. I think that's another good one. Oh, we're whipping out the French again. That's Knuckles fault. Here. T'es pas artiste, t'es un employé de la culture. You're not an artist, you're culture's employee. And I don't know how it is in the rest of Canada and in the US and in Europe and stuff like that. In Quebec, we have a pretty strong, I believe, network of support for artists and art, because we speak French, and artists who are in Quebec very often, at least it's perceived that they have a harder time getting out of Quebec just because of the language barrier, especially if you do French stuff, as Antoine Larocque does. So there's a heavy culture. It's not well, it is an industry, but it's like subsidizing. There's a culture of subsidizing in culture, and in this case, he's saying that, you know, when you do art, or he's pointing at someone, he's saying you're not an artist, you are culture's employee, in the sense that you're working for the cultural department of Quebec. At least that's how I interpret it. There's so many different ways. It goes with irony. It just, to me, it sounds very angry, and it's shaking up maybe a world that requires anger, and it's not anger that's without object either. Here, another one. Ça doit être tough quand tu bases ton identité sur le fait que t'es un étudiant en art. Must be rough to base your identity on the fact that you're a student in art. Another one here, the one right next to it. Ouais, ça a vraiment pas l'air facile de faire de l'art en dehors de l'université. Yeah, it doesn't really look easy to make art outside of university. So, a lot of anger, a lot of cynicism about the status of and the conditions of artists outside of the let's say the pre-established or the safe place for artists in society, which is either as a student or as an employee of culture, as he says. All right, now I'm seeing people react to to mirrored canvas. We've got two hosts on the screen on the stream. Don't mind those people. And Not Nandalove says, fuck the collector. There you go. Arias Alfredo Luis says, Quebec French is so weird. Oh my god, I love it. Don't exoticize me. Don't exoticize my accent. Are you from France? Don't colonize my accent either. That Cobain theory. I do not know what Cobain theory is. Gabriel says this guy is so savage. Yeah, it's one thing I like. Yes. Darkwater says, sounds similar to Theodore Adorno's idea of the culture industry. I almost slipped up and said like the industry, culture industry. Yeah, maybe one day I should make a video on the culture industry by Adorno. I think that would be relevant and interesting. And B, I like that. In 400 years, they will look back at the art of our time and view it as the era of the market. The market itself will be seen as the art, for better for or worse. That's a good analysis. I think it's a good way of seeing it. And Giant Trenton says, Gian Trenton says, could collectors be replaced by museums? Another way, make art much more accessible to the public. I in some ways, that already happens. It could, but I still believe that, let's say in the best of worlds, art is not filtered through the classes, through a class who decides which artist can live off their art or not. Yes, it would make art accessible to the public, and that could be very cool. What was I gonna say? Why do I not like this? Oh yeah, I still don't like the idea of, it still puts artists on a pedestal as like, all right, this is a great artist. And I don't really believe in great artists and in great art. I think it's just hype. I think it's just hype. The reason why you're all happy to see like an artist that's really well known is because they're hyped. Meanwhile, you might get more out of, I think that's it. You give more charity to an artist who's known, or that a lot of people know their name, than you do to your local artist. You give more charity, and because of that, you appreciate their art more. And I think that's for anyone. That's my hot take. You've probably seen this video. My mom shared that video recently with me. The idea, like, there's this violinist that goes in a subway. Nobody watches, nobody stops. Some people give him a little bit of money to help him out and to treat himself with something. But this man, the same night, goes to I don't know, like a concert hall, and plays in front of thousands of people who all paid $200 to $500 per ticket or something like that. Nobody cares about you if you're not hyped up by people in power. And those people in power can be the bourgeoisie who pays for your art for, like, for thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, or it could be the museums who have that power and give you that kind of pedestal that, allow people to give you more charity. And I think that's applicable to music as well. That's another thing. Elsie says there's not enough museums for them to be the main source of collection. Museums are but a subset of the collector class. That's the thing. A lot of museums actually get their paintings and stuff like that from donations, from rich people who have art that they can appraise for very high and get a tax break from donating it to museums. That's how it works. That's how it works. So even in museums, a lot of the art is still filtered through class politics, or class interest, or just rich people. And there's not enough museums. Unless a lot of artists are subsidized by the government and their art is distributed in people's homes or in public, in all sorts of public places. But again, there would need to be a selection committee, blah, 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 and all of that. Oh, the Kurt Cobain thing. Is it from my video on Banksy? Mojo666 says, why don't you like the Mona Lisa? Remember when I talked about a lot of art just being liked because it's overhyped? That hype is what determines a lot of people's relationships or appreciation of art. Mona Lisa is the perfect example of that. It's a hype circle, as Gabriel de Griffin says. And it's not just applicable to the Mona Lisa. She's not you know, a special case. A lot of the art that you appreciate yourself is because it's hyped. A lot of the art I feature on my channel is because it's hyped. A lot of the artists, a lot of very good artists who, you know, who make you engage with their art just as much as any other artists who are, you know, professional or popular, die unknown. It's like Van Gogh who died unpopular and blah 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 and all that, and like, oh, people rediscovered his paintings after, and people were in love with him and blah 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 blah. Like, it's just that the hype was late. That's it. The hype came after he died. The hype could go with someone else, you know. The hype could have died for Van Gogh, and Van Gogh would have, you know, Van Gogh's art and notoriety would have died as well. Am I too cynical for this? Hefner says, hi, are you communist? Yes. Oui, I'm a communist. Anarcho-communist, more specifically. Yes, Lenore. Lenore says, hasn't this always been the case, though? Has the elites class always been the deciding factor for what is and isn't considered high art? Not just high art, or just art at all. As long as you, I believe, as long as you live in a hierarchical society, art will very often answer to the people at the top of the hierarchy. It was the case during the Renaissance with, you know, patrons. It was the case during the Middle Ages, where most paintings were religious. Middle Ages was before the Renaissance, but yeah, you know, you get the gist of it. It was the case for a lot of things, a lot of epochs and eras. Even in authoritarian communist societies, art was made for the hierarchy. I don't know if I agree with live in a time where this is particularly bad. I know what you mean, Lenore, or what you're referring to. I'd love to know. Yeah, Lisby. Lisby says, I think one of the ways to democratize art is to make a lot of inexpensive prints readily available. But the thing about inexpensive prints readily available is that they're not seen as valuable, which is sad, but it's the case. If something is available for very cheap, then it's not real art. It's not good art, right? We have art that's really cheap. It's just that we don't like, for example, a comic book is art, technically. The whole Roy Lichtenstein thing, a comic book is art, and it's, you know, relatively inexpensive and available, but most people won't buy it as art. And if you tell them, listen, it's actually art, I don't know how that would work, right? There's still a hierarchy between like fine art and like an art that is readily available and inexpensive. Maybe we can break down that hierarchy. Join me and we'll break down the idea that, you know, a an original painting is valuable and a print is valueless. Really good conversations, really good interventions from everyone. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you for being here. Great comments, and a lot of comments, as always. What makes art art? I'm not answering that. Elsie says, I want to start making prints, but it's hard. I want to try a technique that might be harder, more involved than average. I think it could be cool to have like a place for people to sell their prints and ship them for very cheap through like postcards. Because that's actually doable. You're giving me ideas. You're giving me ideas. Yeah, NB says, we will always value rare and unique. I don't know if we can change that. Is it like inherent to us? I was talking to that with Ballet. We were looking at little rocks, right? We're on a beach and we're collecting rocks. Something we do, I guess. And the unique rocks are the rocks that we want to keep and bring home. And we're thinking, is it like intrinsic to us? Or is it because we value what's unique because of our market brains? I think it's normal to value the unique, but maybe that what we give value to the unique, like that kind of that value is, which might be intrinsic to us, might be exacerbated by like our market brain. If that's a way to see it. Alpaca Attack says the implication of scarcity. Alpaca Attack is a member, and I see them right away. If you want to see you right away and like point you out and be very, very excited about seeing you, become a member. yeah, the whole idea of scarcity. But like, I haven't read Murray Bookchin's like post-scarcity, the book on post-scarcity and all that. I don't know. It's an interesting. Yeah, there's definitely like a link to capitalism, Lisby. Yeah, I agree. I just wonder, like, well, it would be really hard to look at scarcity without our market brains. NB says our market brain is a byproduct of our interest in the unique, not the other way around. I mean, it doesn't have to be one or the other. They can complement each other, right? Our market brain is our market brain might be like a base thing, and it made us, you know, interested in the unique, but maybe the whole structure of our world being based on scarcity and uniqueness of products emphasizes or feeds our market brain and makes it even more market brain. Thank you so much, John Trenton. Have fun at work. No, I thought you said you had to go to work. Thank you. He said, thank you for all your work. Thank you. It's really nice. Oh, Elsie is also leaving. They say, see you all in Discord. So you better join Discord to not make Elsie sad. Oh, Russell Chinchilla. Russell Chinchilla is also a patron. I'm pointing them out. Yeah, Russell says, I think the value in original artworks come from the brushstrokes and knowing the artist touched the canvas itself. Yeah, it's like but it feels more like what do you call it? Paraphernalia? Is that it? Or like I don't know how to call it. Or like almost like what are those holy objects? Or religious objects? Like they're sacred. I'm looking it up. A relic? Yeah, a relic. You know, it makes the artwork or the value of the artwork if or the original artwork. Russell says it comes from the brushstrokes and like knowing that the artist touched the canvas and like to see the brushstrokes that the artist actually did. Like I agree with that. I think the original artwork gets the value from that, but it's to me the question is our interest in that artwork, like if is the value in the original artwork, if it comes from like the fact that the artist touched it and that we can see the brushstroke that the artist applied, that value is not connected anymore to what the painting is, but what the painting experienced in a way, right? Like what we like about the original is not the art anymore. It's the fact that it touched the artist, that we see it as the product of the artist. It's like a relic. Oh, here is a shirt that Jesus wore. I don't know how relics work or whatever, but like this is a shirt that Jesus wore, or like something that is that a shawl, or like the thing that Jesus had on his face. Like it has value because it was touched by Jesus himself, and things like that, right? Or oh, this is the hockey stick that this very famous hockey player used during the finale of the Stanley Cup or whatever, as a hockey reference. But to me, like the value there is not the art anymore. The value there is not the fact that it's a hockey stick. The value there is not that it's a shawl. The value is completely different. It's not about its purpose or use as an artwork, but its purpose or use as a relic, as an object that has value because it touched someone you like. If that makes sense. Oh, look at me with a notification. I'm not gonna say their name, but someone sent me someone became a patron. Thank you. I'll say their first name. Thank you, Andy. I don't know if they're in chat right now. Thank you very much, Andy. Tiltex says, like Pope blood. I don't know what's your thing with popes. You have a thing for popes. It makes me very uncomfortable. Yeah, NB says, yeah, Idols works, William Miller. NB says it creates a narrative and a fetish. Yeah, it's mostly about, yeah. And fetishism not in the, like the sexual way, but like in the commodity fetishism, like in the commodity fetishism. They'll say, they'll explain it better than I can. In Marxist philosophy, the term commodity fetishism describes the economic relationships of production and exchange as being social relationships that exist among things, money, and merchandise, and not as relationships that exist among people. All right, perhaps it's not that. It's not how it was explained in uni. Or maybe it was. The whole idea that the commodity itself has value in itself, but it doesn't. The commodity has value only in our relationship to the people who made that commodity. I'm not in the headspace to expand on that. Yeah, Sneaky Revenant says, isn't that just commodity fetishism? There you go. Perhaps that's another video I could do, right? I'll brush up my Marxist Capital class I had in uni, and maybe I can make a video on commodity fetishism and artworks. There you go. Kurt Cobain's $5 cardigan selling for thousands of dollars. Exactly, Darkwater. A shroud, says Gabriel. Yeah, it's not a shell, it's a shroud. My flannel shirt, I'm selling it. How much are we willing to pay for it in chat? Starting with $100. Mojo666 wants to know my thoughts on AI generated art. I made a video on that. You can look it up. I don't think AI generated images are art. You have to look it up. Roman Vaughan Williams lobbying for Frederick Jameson, as always. Clunas the Jester says, hello there. Hello there, Clunas. Yatuki says, oh, hi Yatuki, I saw you in chat. Hello, hello, hello. Says, are you making any video about an individual artist anytime soon? I don't know. No, it's not in my plans. Maybe eventually, but it's not in my plans right now. Maybe the video on Liechtenstein today, which wasn't that much about Liechtenstein in particular. Probably the closest we'll get to it. We'll get to that kind of video. We'll see. It can always change. Another video, another question about AI art. It's not art. It's not art. Maximalin went for workout and came back. Bro's dedicated. Thank you. It's only been 2 hours. I usually go for 4 or 5 hours. $50. €5. To hell with your money, bastard. That's good. That's really good. To hell with your money, bastard. William wants to give me their soul. I'll gladly trade a soul for my shirt. €5 is not 1,000 Canadian dollars. No. Sneaky Revenant says, I have a Marx PFP, but haven't read Das Kapital yet. SMH, I'm an imposter. Listen, I haven't read Das Kapital, and I had a class on Das Kapital in university. It's embarrassing. I actually, maybe one day, because I like making videos on books and stuff like that, right? I really like these. Like the one on Animal Farm and the one on Anarchy by Malatesta. And one day I'd like to do a video on Cafiero's Karl Marx's Capital. I've shown it in on stream before, but Cafiero was an anarchist, Italian anarchist, who made a summary of Karl Marx's Capital. Karl Marx was kind of known for not wanting his Capital to be translated, or not translated. He was fine with it being translated. He was not fine with it being summarized. Or he was fine with it being summarized, but he was very critical of a lot of summaries because, I mean, imagine writing a 3 bricks 4 bricks, like with the project having like a shit ton of volumes about capitalism, right? And then some motherfucker comes in and says like, all right, I'll summarize all of this in 100 pages. And Marx reads the summary. He's like, you left out so many things that are so important, which makes sense. But Cafiero's summary, which is not that long, was actually pretty good to Marx's standards, at least. Let me read it to you. It's very wholesome and it's very cute. So Cafiero sends his copy to Marx, hoping that Marx appreciates it. Says, I worked very hard on this. Please, Marx, tell me you liked it. And Marx answers, Dear citizen, the sincerest of thanks for the 2 copies of your work. At the same time, I received 2 similar works, one written in Serbian, the other in English, published in the United States. But they both are faulty, wanting to give a succinct and popular summary of capital and clinging at the same time too pedantically to the scientific form of discussion. In this way, they seem to miss more or less their principal purpose, that of moving the public for whom the summaries are intended. And here is the great superiority of your work. As far as the conception of things, I believe I'm not deceiving myself in attributing a gap to the considerations espoused in your preface, and that is the proof that the material conditions necessary for the emancipation of the proletariat are generated spontaneously by the development of capitalist exploitation. After all, I agree with you, if I interpreted your preface well, that it isn't necessary to overload those who you wish to educate. Nothing will prevent you from returning at the opportune time to the charge of bringing out this materialist basis of capital. Renewing my thanks, I am most devoted to you, Karl Marx. Anybody cheering up in chat right now? I'm sure Revenant, Sneaky Revenant is tearing up. Roman Vaughan Williams is tearing up. I know. Who else is a Marxist that's gonna tear up in chat? There you go. How about you give me money for the flannel? Yeah, Gabriel, it can be hard to summarize. So my video would be summarizing the summary of Das Kapital. So what I would do is summarize this, though it's not much of a summary. It's more of a how would you call it, like a companion piece, as Anarchy by Malatesta was. Dear citizen, what is that? I mean, Marx was very like, he could have said dear friend, but Marx was very cautious about developing parasocial relationships with people who admired him. He was ahead of his time like that. So instead of calling them friends, he came up with citizens. Liz B says, hey, I can summarize War and Peace easily. Serfdom bad, great man of history is bad. Interestingly enough, I get sometimes comments, and I got one for Liechtenstein. People saying something along the lines of, hey, like, your whole 30-minute video was kind of useless because you could have just boiled it down to a fair use or something like that. Hold on, Valentina's calling me. I'm not putting you on speakerphone though. Hello? Hi. No, it should be fine. You want to say hi to you want to say hi to chat? Yeah, you're gonna say hi to chat. Say hi. Say hi.
I didn't know you were supposed to be on. Hi.
Alright, goodbye, baby. I love you. Was that the first ballet cameo? Yeah, I Guzzle Twinks was crying as well. Sneaker Revenant says, well, I'm not quite a Marxist. I'm more of an ANCOM, which means anarcho-communist. But I like Marx, and I think not that many people would recognize a Kropotkin profile picture. Yeah, perhaps. I mean, yeah, you don't need to be a Marxist. Like, I believe you can still be a Marxist and an anarcho-communist. Or at least accept a lot of the thesis and critiques of Marx. I do. Is summarizing stealing? Good question, Kemi Bitsna. Very good question. There's a concept I didn't add in my video in yesterday's video, was a concept of market harm. A lot of times, at least legally, that becomes an argument. By stealing or appropriating someone's art, am I doing harm to the market that they're, am I financially hurting them? Am I financially, or am I harming their market or the market that they're in significantly enough, to owe them reparations? Not reparations. In French, it would be reparations. Réparation. I don't know. Like, give them money back. And like, what if I was to summarize a movie and I spoiled it for you? That could be market harm in the sense that if I summarize a movie and I even spoil the ending, you might go, well, now that I know the ending and I know the whole movie because Mr. Canvas told me, I don't need to go watch it. Or maybe I'll wait for it to come out on Netflix to watch it instead of watching it in theater. That has market harm for sure. And it's not market harm because I criticized it. Criticism is fine. If I told you, hey, don't go watch that movie, that's criticism and it can have market harm, but it's not, stealing it. I don't know. I mean, a summary can't be stealing, though I am giving you the enjoyment for free of that work if I'm summarizing it. Not the full enjoyment, but a bit of it. Enough of it for you to say, all right, I don't need to watch it anymore. Yatuki says at Canvas, I believe in partyless democracy. Democracy where we can't have parties? That sounds like a boring democracy. I want to be able to have parties. I was like, why are people saying hi? Oh, they're saying hi to it. And Tangri says the joke I did. All right. Thank you for saying hi to Bali. And Gabriel's adulting around the house. Have fun. Yeah, and B. Allende was the greatest potential socialist we ever had. Never forget 9/11, 1974. I have a video about that. For anyone who hasn't watched the video about that, go watch the video about that. Be Happy says, hey. Hello, Be Happy. Never seen you in chat. Nice to meet you. Tom Fuller says, absolutely steal art. That's why I have no issues with piracy whatsoever. But what if it's an artist who can barely live off their art? Right? Stealing from big corporations who are making millions off of, like, with art, like, I can see. Let's say it's an artist who can barely scrape it together, right? And maybe has a second job that has nothing to do with their art, but has to do it and has to sacrifice their art. What What do you feel about that? Tomfoolery? Yatuki says, okay, the canvas. I was making a joke by like democracy, partyless democracy sounds boring. I was making the joke. The joke was that, I have to explain the joke now. The joke was that parties are where you have fun and where you listen to music and where you drink and like you socialize and what do people do in parties? I don't know. Stifled voice says, I don't know. Uncompensated appropriation of art is the capitalist version of communism. There you go. I don't know if it's communism. Well, yeah. Using someone else's art. Well, that's the people's art. It's not yours. It's everyone's. So I can use it for my business. No, a struggling artist's art is not the vast majority of art that is pirated, and that's for sure. And personally, I only pirate art that would otherwise make money for people whom I don't respect. Yeah, for sure. I feel like, well, yeah. I mean, it's gonna be hard to pirate like art that's, and when we talk about art, I imagine it's like music, but then again, like even if you have Spotify, artists are barely being rewarded for that. If you have an ad blocker, is that like pirating my videos? Oh, Amarol Lusk has a really good question. We know that AI generated images will collage stolen art and photos and styles. Someone creates their own painting based off an AI generated source photo. Is this stealing? Stealing from a stealer? Yeah, in that case, you couldn't argue that it's stealing, right? I mean, maybe like if it is, but you can't say it's unethical stealing. I don't think you could. I think you can stop someone from doing that. AI art is breaking down our whole idea of property. Could you imagine? Yatuki says, I'm a capitalist. It works like this. The canvas can buy a shirt I own, then the canvas pays me cash for the shirt. Usually like $1 or something. That's you're not answering my criticism of capitalism though, through that. It works, it's a bit more complicated. And through its nuances, it becomes exploitative. NB says, what do you think of global NGOs sidestepping politics to gain global control? I fear a world without politics. It's a good question. I don't know, NB, if you're anti-capitalist or not. I don't remember. I don't think you are. I think you're capitalist, but like a world without politics kind of is what we live in now in terms of economic policy. and it's bleeding into social policy as well. Now, what like the politics that we get is like gay people, abortion. It's more like about culture war topics, but we're not debating on economics. We're not debating on many social policies about the education system and stuff like that. In many countries, a lot of governments are or the politics is mostly directed and ruled by a small minority. And I don't think it's NGOs. I think it's the capitalist. I think it's the bourgeoisie. I think it's the people who have money, the people who have power, and people who want to use that money and that power to consolidate, to protect their privileges, their money, and their power. I fear a world without politics, because a world without politics is a world that protects the privileges of the few, and the few have the power to make a world without politics. And they're in the process of doing it. If NGOs do it, I think the NGOs are doing it for the rich. They're doing it as an intermediary. Be Happy says, do you have a Discord server? Oh boy, are people going to be happy to hear that someone wants to join our Discord server. Be Happy, you are more than welcome to join the Canvas Discord server. And also, if you're still watching stream, we're 2 hours into it, go subscribe to my second channel. And the reason for that is because next stream will be on that channel. It's Germinal. I won't be streaming on the Canvas anymore, and I'll leave it strictly to for my videos, for my video essays. So go check out Germinal. I post sometimes how do I say this? Clips or segments. No, there you go. Okay. And B said, sure, worldwide control of private interests is dangerous. But they meant by private interests. Bert the Dude. Hello, Bert the Dude. First time I see you in chat. Says, why can't AI art surpass man-made AI? Is it because of the authenticity? I've talked about it a couple of times on stream, and like, I don't want to bore people with by always saying the same answer all the time. But I don't think AI art can surpass man-made art, because I think art is about communicating ideas and experiences that are unique to the person making that art. And maybe an AI can bullshit, you know, that experience or that idea. And maybe we'll never know. But the moment we know that this experience is bullshit, of course it's going to lose its value, because it's an experience. It's communicating something that someone else lived. And it's like if I make art that talks about my experience as someone who lived in an Orthodox Jewish family, and I make art about that, and then you look at that art and then you learn that I was bullshitting. I never lived in an Orthodox Jewish family. Then the art that I showed loses its value. It might be subversive, and it might talk about, oh, you know, this is probably bullshit, right? Or like the whole idea of deceiving and the trust that we have in artists and stuff like that. But the art is going to lose its value, or its value is going to be shifted at the very least. And that's because my conception of art is about communicating ideas and experiences that are, you know, that can't, like, that maybe could be communicated through like you know, words or other mediums, but art is one that can communicate a very nuanced and complex idea, and try to do it through, you know, through ways that, you know, not through words, which it's like another way of communicating your experiences and ideas that perhaps can help the viewer understand better. No, why are you being sorry about the example, Yutuki? Don't be sorry. I don't even remember what you said. Fucking oh, the example of capitalism. Oh yeah. Roman Volume Williams says, "Fucking hell! I always say that I feel like I should make a bot of my mouth saying it's a bit more complicated." We talking about capitalism again, says the Proctophile. I don't know. I don't know where this is going. We'll see. Tomfoolery is spitting the truth, saying it's sad, and it's sadly an apolitical world we live in. A vast make of people, I imagine majority of people, are politically illiterate. It's not only about being politically illiterate though. Being apolitical also means being kind of fatalistic. Yes, there is the whole there is no alternative to capitalism, you know, kind of idea, capitalist realism, Mark Fisher, blah, 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 blah. But there's also the whole idea that you can't change anything through politics, or that things are the way they are and can't change through social pressure. For example, I'll give you an example. My city kind of sucks. the city I live in kind of sucks. And the urban planning, for example, and the road layout, I'll make a segment about that eventually, probably, going through Google Street View and look at my city. And it kind of sucks for various different reasons. You know what? Fuck it. I'll do it right now. I'm not just talking about my city to talk about my city. I'm using it as an example to illustrate a point. So this is where I live. I'm not doxing myself. I already doxed myself. This is where I live. Someone wants to come all the way here to mess with me. You are more than you would have earned it. So this is the road I live on. This is an 80 km/h road that people live next to, right? People live really close to like basically what would be a highway in some countries. It should be considered a highway. In many cities or like little villages, Port Daniel is one of them. Passepébiac, New Carlisle, Bonaventure, I'm pretty sure. I don't know the rest much. Same thing to the east, or to the east. Chandler is 50, Grande Rivière, Percé. So those are villages that people go 50 kilometers in, because when you go 80, it completely destroys a community, because you live on a fucking highway. We live on a fucking highway. And I want to put it down to 50 so that we can have a little community kind of feeling, right? We have here the arena, which is like the ice rink. We have here the school. We have here a épicerie, which is a grocery store. We have here the church. This is my house. We have here the bank kind of thing. Here we have the post office. This would make, and it's on the side of the water. This would make a really cute little village center. Not very big. Oh yeah, and here there's the old people center for where they play bingo and where they do activities and stuff. This could be a really cute, you know, city center. But it's not, because people go 80, 90, 100 kilometers per hour on this road. Let's go on Google Maps. On this road. Vroom, zoom, zoom, zoom. Go the cars. If you narrow down this road, as this road is narrowed down in many cities, you would have a place where it'd be nice to walk. You can make this place really cute, at least I believe. And this is my house right here. If you want to come to that house and act as an artist, you want to be an artist as an artist retreat or artist residency, you are more than welcome. You can look at manualg.com. But anyway, but the problem, because we've tried to mobilize people, but people don't believe in the idea that we can change things, because things are the way they are, and that's the danger of an apolitical world. It's not even in trying to dismantle capitalism, because yeah, of course, the fact that the world is apolitical kind of hurts our chances of dismantling capitalism, because people can't be critical of capitalism. But people can't be critical of many things through that apolitical world that goes even more less abstractly than our critique of capitalism. It can be our critique of just how, like the speed limit in front of your house, the speed limit in your city center, or the width of the road that goes through your city center. A lot of people think that, all right, it's how it is. It's always been this way, which it hasn't. And changing it is undesirable, but worse than that, it's impossible. There's a lack of political imagination, or the imagination that is required to model a society or your own village to your liking, to your needs. People are not willing to do that. And that's a symptom of an apolitical worldview. If people knew that the speed limit in front of your house, the one that, you know, that determines if you can walk safely or happily in your village, is a political decision. If people understood that, then they might fight for whatever they want, fight for a better place to live in. But they don't see how it's a political decision. To them, it's just that way. All right, we got a road. We got to make it as fast as possible for the trucks, for the cars, and all that. And it's a very calculated for. It's like it's the result. The speed limit in an area is not a political choice. It's the result of many different variables, like how secure can it be, how many cars go. But no, like these variables might be part of the equation, but at the end of the day, whether it's a 50 kilometers per hour zone or a 81, it's the product of people's choices. And there's politics in people's choices. But we're not willing to see that variable, the choice of the people. We think of it as something that's completely hands-off, right? It's about security. It's about speed limit, how we want people to go fast. It's about all these things, but it's never about the human thing, because the human thing is political, and that's dangerous. Lisby says, yay, doxing. That was my rant. Absolutely, NB. My wife is an architect and urbanists. Urban designers? Urban work? I don't know how to call them. In French, it's urbaniste. will agree with that. The philosophical mistake that was made post World War II is that cities and systems stopped being designed around humans and began being designed around the automobile. And the idea that, and let me be ageist again, but a lot of boomers, a lot of older people, because they can't see an alternative to it, because they're fundamentally apolitical beings. They don't see that the world being designed around automobiles is a choice. To them, it's a fact. And this distinction between a world designed around automobiles is a choice or a fact is the kind of distinction that also is about the world being political or the world being apolitical. The water is blue. That's a fact. The world is designed around automobiles. That's a choice. I hope I make myself clear. Roman Vaughan Williams says, what can art do? Good question. And you know what? I've been actually thinking of fighting to lower the speed limit from my house through art. I mean, in my house, there will be an art exhibition in August around Détournement. I've talked about that. I was thinking of maybe eventually talking about making an art exhibition around the whole idea of the 132. Like 132, like Route 66 is iconic. In Gaspésie, it's Route 132 or 132 that is iconic. I was thinking of making an exhibition around the Route 132. I'm sure some people will be very happy to talk about the Route 132, but I'm thinking a lot of people will be critical of it. Me being the first one of being critical of the Route 132. And I was thinking of organizing an exhibition around it, which hopefully can create a conversation about it, and a conversation about it being a choice. And I think that's what art can do, right? That's my view of art, is that it can create conversations. It's what I want it to do. And you can do that in small communities such as this one by organizing a community event or community exhibition centered around the question of, what is the 132? What does it mean to our culture? How does it affect our culture? How does it affect us as human beings? Things like that. Yeah, Lisby. Lisby says, in America, a massive stroad through the middle of town is just the norm. Yeah. Lenore says, I mean, how blue the water is a choice. Yeah. I mean, it could be a political choice to buy enough water dye to change the water's color, right? But you know what I mean. The Proctophile says, to be fair, prioritizing automobiles over humans in domestic design makes sense. Humans are more adaptable, and transporting supplies from place to place is essential. No, it's not about destroying automobiles or saying that. It's about how do we decide to go around. For example, public transport is you can build your entire, you can build like your community, or at least a block, with having in mind less like an automobile, like it being less reachable through automobile, but in return prioritizing a lot of public transport, which would allow you for more density, which would allow you for more pedestrian friendly places. Sneaky Revenant says, just make fake speed limit signs. Something that I've been wanting to do, but it's not, it won't be illegal. It's art, okay? It's my artistic expression. Don't censor me. Don't censor me, police. But yeah, no, it makes sense to prioritize the automobile, in some ways, for example, you know, you don't like for transport, but like, I mean more in terms of, let me show you an example. I'm going to show you this example. It's the worst, I know. But when you talk about when we talk about prioritizing automobiles for example for human transport, what I think a lot of the time is like this kind of shit, you know? This is not efficient. If we want to talk about efficiency, this is not efficient at all to transport people. Everyone having their own cars is not the most efficient system, and it's not the most sustainable system in the world. I'm showing LA traffic, but it could be any sort of traffic. It has its uses for sure, you know, but in terms of efficiency, which is what a lot of, you know, what we should aim for as modern, I won't say capitalist, but as people who don't want to waste resources, we got to be efficient. And automobiles are just not efficient at all. Far from it. Not only in terms of space, but in terms of time. Very often, it depends where, right? I live in a place where everything's like very, it's not very dense. But the fact that it's not dense also comes from the fact that, you know, everything was made around the automobile. So, like in a city, I don't believe automobiles should be as prioritized as they are right now. I think a very solid. Oh, I think Bally is locked out. Bally is locked out of the house. I'll be right back. I won't make them wait outside. Be right back. Well, we're gonna take a little break. So sorry about that. chair stream. Just us and Mr. Chair. You gotta blame Bally for that. No more chair stream. I'm sorry. Sorry to disappoint. Wait, let's go back to what we were talking about. No, NB says we can't destroy the automobile. Its utilities superseded any argument you could make to get rid of it. There's two things. First, sorry, I had to go up 2 flights of stairs, which is a lot of work for me. First, I don't think it's about destroying the automobile. It's just making ourselves less dependent on it. Giving ourselves different alternatives to it is, I think, is what a lot of people are advocating for. It's more like the criticism is about automobiles. It's like very often automobile dependency. So many people cannot function in their day-to-day lives without the automobile. And the reason for that is because we've become dependent on it. Second, the criticism is also to say that the automobile, like the criticism is not only about the automobile and wanting to destroy it or whatever, but it's also about the fact that our whole infrastructure is based around the automobile. So we've built a world around automobile, and then we say, well, how could we live without automobile? It's because we've built our world around it. And the idea is maybe we can remodel our world to transcend this idea. It's a new idea. I don't think in 1910s people went around in automobiles. Not everybody had their own car. It's not that old of an idea. And the idea that we could go around in tramways, we could go around. People spend a shit ton of money on their cars all around the country. When I'm talking about like creating models of like to go beyond the car, it's mostly like in urban areas. I haven't really looked into like rural areas, like models for rural areas. But if a lot of those, a lot of the investments that we make socially together as a society, because we live in a society, if instead of putting them all in cars individually, which we spend a shit ton of money on, and we spent them in tramways, in trains, in subways, in buses, not only things will be faster and better funded, they'll be more efficient, blah 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 blah, but we'd live in a more sustainable world, in a world that's a little less carbon emitting. Yeah, as JCG says, public transit in the United States is inefficient in most places for sure. That's a problem. Here, it's extremely inefficient. We have, the thing is, with public transport, you kind of have to go all in or not go at all. Here, I can give you an example. To go to the nearest city, which is 15 minutes away from here, if you want to take the bus, you have one bus that leaves in the morning. It's only a 15-minute ride. You have one bus that leaves it's not even the morning, it's like at noon, and one bus that comes back at around 5 or 6. So if you want to go to Chandler, which is the city, and come back, which is usually a 15-minute ride, 15 minutes to come back, you have to plan a 5 to 6 hour stay in Chandler. And then people who are in charge of public transit, they're like, yeah, we do have a bus, but nobody takes it. So how could we justify like investing in it? But motherfucker, nobody takes it because it's not a good alternative. And the thing is, if you want to build an alternative to automobile, you have to invest quite a bit in public transit. You can't half-ass it and expect people to do it. I'm not going to take a bus at 11, go do my groceries for max an hour, and then wait 4 hours in Chandler with my groceries in my hands, waiting for the next bus. It's not sustainable. It's not an alternative to cars. And of course, nobody's going to take that service because that service fucking sucks. You need to, like, and as Ed B says, he says, we can't destroy the automobile. Its utility superseded any argument you could make to get rid of it. The thing is, very often, public transit or public transport doesn't have the same utility because it's either underfunded or it's just not developed. as it is here. We want the chair's opinions on car dependency. Oh, I see Proctofile, but oh, sorry. I see a comment by Proctofile, but I think I answered. But that was like an old message. Proctofile says, "Okay, back to the car issue. What alternative could you propose that's as convenient, efficient, and time saving?" I think public transport is can have the same convenience with enough of course enough investment. In terms of efficiency and time saving, there's parts in cities where taking your bike is faster than taking your car. Obviously, you don't have to like deal with so much traffic with your bike. It depends. The subway can be long, but that's because the subway doesn't have like imagine a subway or a tram that instead of being there every 10 minutes or whatever is there every 2 minutes. That could be a reality if instead of like it's spending and investing so much in cars, we spend it in subways and exactly like in public transport. I'm about to hop on the trolley, lads. What's this trolley? Is that is that a tramway? You want anything from Timmy's Mysteries of the Canvas? I don't know what Timmy's is. You sound British. I don't want anything from you. Lisby says, I think rural areas can be dense or can still be dense. Farming can't be and need a vehicle. Yeah, farming definitely needs vehicles. That's the thing when we say like we won't destroy every car. But rural villages can still be dense and served by public transport. Yeah, and the thing is, as I've said, I'm in a rural area, right? And as I've said, we've become car dependent. And the reason why is because back in the day, and old people love to talk about it here, is that every little village had bars. Every little village had a convenience store, had a grocery store, every village was self-sustainable in a way. And as time passed, as people got cars, my neighbor still remembers the time when people had their first car in this village. And at that time, everything was centralized in the village. Now, everything is centralized in the city. Because everyone has a car now, so everyone can, like, if they want to do the groceries, they can go to the bigger grocery store in, 15 minutes away. So what happens when everybody goes to the bigger grocery store? Well, the local grocery store closes. And everything closes until now, the only way you can do anything, well, is go to the city. And to go to the city, you need a car. So this mobility, though it does have its positives, obviously people were able to have to have a better to have larger choices in their in their consumption, also came to the expense of the village. And the problem is, I'm not against the idea that the city can have with more choices at the superstore and things like that. I'm not against that. But I think, for example, we can develop ways of getting there that's not so car centric. Yeah, Lisby says, I complain about buses only being every 30 minutes. But see, like that's a utilization and funding issue. If more people used buses instead of using their cars, there would be more funding and more of a need to use buses. And therefore, your buses, instead of going every 30 minutes, might go every 20 minutes, every 15 minutes, every 10 minutes. But people still want their damn cars. Reese's Pieces asks a good question, says, whoop, I lost it, hold on. Let me find it again. Oh, chat's going pretty strong here. You guys are going hard. Says, what would you say to people who reject the idea of widespread public transport in favor of personal cars due to the aspect of autonomy? I think that's a good argument personally. Maybe some people will reject it a lot. I think it's a good argument, given that the world again is so car dependent. So you need a car to be autonomous only because everything that you need is in car reach in a way. I'll give you an example. When I lived in Montreal, having a car did not give me autonomy at all, because I lived in a city where I could walk everywhere, right? Or I could go to there through public transport. So the autonomy wasn't enabled by a car. The car was actually more of a hindrance on me. So I got parking tickets because I would not change the side of the road while they were cleaning it and whatever. I hated having a car in Montreal. I used to have one because sometimes I would go out of the city. Because going outside of the city, there was no public transport. Or there was, but as I said, it's like once or twice a day, which is not sustainable. So I did need a car. And I did not like it. It was more a hassle. And if there was an option to use public transport to a more sustainable, a more, how do I say it? A better alternative to go to, the suburbs through buses or whatever, I would do it 100%. But there wasn't. So I had to take my car. But my car was more of a restricting me than anything when I was in Montreal. So in terms of autonomy, the only reason having a car gives you autonomy is because we live in a world where without a car, you don't have autonomy, if that makes sense. If you need a car to work or it's part of your job, of course, that makes sense. I'm not arguing that, I remember seeing this argument that there was this construction worker who was like, yeah, I'm not going to bring all my tools in a bus or in a tramway. And that makes sense, right? That makes sense. And I agree with that. And if you want to go buy, I don't know, if you want to go buy like, how would you, like, you go to IKEA and you buy like something, right? You can bring it in a tramway, in like a trolley, as someone said, but that may be a bit of a problem. So I'm not saying that it's impossible to like that we have to get rid of all cars. But I do think that we live in a world where personal cars, the way we can see it is not that personal cars give us autonomy, but that you're restricted for not having a car. Because we developed our whole areas with the idea of having cars for, with the car being central to human development. And the second thing, sorry, to answer Reese's Pieces, rejecting the idea of widespread public transport in favor of personal cars due to the aspect of autonomy. Also, we need to imagine a world where public transport is better funded and more reliable and more a better how do I say this? A better substitute to cars. Because in a world where there's a lot less cars, that means people having more money because they're not spending on how much does the average American spend on cars? Now they're just talking. All right. Business Wire. We're gonna take that. The cost of car ownership. So it's not buying a car, it's just owning a car. Is of $5,722. So imagine you can have a widespread movement, or like a societal project around ditching the car in most cases, where people who have, just like, let's say they have 2 cars and they're like, all right, like I imagine a lot of family have 2 cars because each adult need their own car because we're so car dependent. It's not the case for everyone, of course, but imagine like a lot of families just saying, all right, we won't spend on a second car, or we can maybe just ditch the whole car altogether. That $5,000, or now almost $6,000 per person. Let's say, like, of course, we're not going to spend all of it in public transport, but let's say we do. You would have you would have an amazing public transport system, like an incredible public transport system. 1,000 people, $6,000 per year. That's $6 million for 1,000 people. And that's not even including the cost of the car. That's just car ownership. Would that be? No, it wouldn't include the cost of the car. I can't imagine. I would have to read the whole thing. Okay, no, it does include the loan, a lot of the loans, and the insurance. They're just including the. Are they only? Sorry, I'll show it again. I think they're only including. I think. Yeah, they're only including the loan and the insurance. They're not even including the gas, I believe. Let's do quick maths. So let's say we take New York, which is the highest one. Yeah, that times 6 is 6,000. That times 12 is $6,000. $12,000. So there you go. You have gas on top of that people, my math brain. But on top of that, you have gas that people are saving on. You have repairs that people are saving on. Oil changes, tire changes if you live more up north. Proctofile says getting pushback, which I like. I love. Okay, say you're going grocery shopping. How efficient are those alternatives going to be? Imagine boarding a bus with enough food for a whole family, or would you propose taking a dozen trips on a bike? Interesting. See, this is the you know how if you know the term capitalist realism, you know the inability of some people to imagine anything outside of capitalism. And here you have the inability of someone not being able to imagine anything outside of car dependency. So the thing is, if you don't have to drive 20 to 30 minutes to go to your local grocery store, I don't know how far your grocery store is. It could be 10 minutes. It could be 5 minutes. But if you have to drive there, what you're going to do is you're going to do the grocery shopping thing for the whole week, right? And those make for really big shopping trips. I don't know where you're from, the Proctofile, but I remember someone from Europe came to Canada and was like, your grocery shopping carts are huge, dude. And I was like, what kind of What kind of observation is that? Why are you commenting on the size of my grocery shopping carts? Like, do you not have any, or are yours really small? And they're like, yeah, ours was really small. You guys not only buy in bigger bulk, but you buy more than us. And how he explained it, his experience, is that first, they don't buy as much stuff that is in cans and stuff that is, they buy more fresh stuff and they buy more often. They can go to their, you know, their grocery store that's a lot closer and go every 3 days, get fresher foods, and go every, let's say, 3 days. That, you don't need a big car for 3 days worth of food. Maybe you do, but you can get those little trolleys that old ladies have. And if they can do it, you can do it. What is it? These things. You can get this as well. The possibilities are endless. What about you got this? I'm thinking these. Keep in mind, if we make ourselves less reliant or dependent on cars and more dependent on public transit, you can probably have places to put your stuff, or more space to put your stuff. People have... I bother answering questions and then I go right under and people have answered the question like 10 minutes before I even started answering it. Aiden Rollins says, hello everyone. Hello Aiden. And Lisby says, have you considered walking across the road to get shopping? That's the thing. If you live in a world which is car dependent, the chances that you can walk across the road to go shopping, you can't, like, are very slim. Most people live very, very far from any place where they could actually do grocery shopping. Okay, Kenji is back. Welcome back. Visual Feast, hello. Don't think I've ever seen you in chat. If I have, I'm sorry. It says, the problem is that for many people, a car is a status symbol. That's a thing here. That's very, very... that's definitely problematic. I believe it might be even more of a thing in rural areas. People recognize you by the car you drive. Where I live, cars have been romanticized. That's absolutely true, Knuckles. I'm gonna skip a lot of people. I'm sorry, that's not because I hate you. You know what they say about big shopping carts? What would they say? They probably say big families, right? That's a good point, Alpaca Attack. They say people tend to associate car ownership with freedom, but we don't have the freedom to not own one. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, Not Just Bikes is a great channel for that kind of talk. Lisby is, yeah, cars are freedom because suburbia is a prison. Thank you. Yes, exactly. That's really well said. Yeah, Enby is right. Well, probably wrote this before I even answered the question. It says, so here's the conversation. You have closer merchants that you can go to frequently. I live in NYC. I grocery shop 3 times a week, take 20 minutes, and I only buy what I can carry. It's half a block away. And it forces you to interact with other people, which I know a lot of people don't like, but like, All right, let's talk also about the fact that cars are super alienating in terms of community. Let's take it's not just Proctophile there. I don't know if you're a conservative, but let's take the conservative angle. You know, back in my day, people used to talk to each other, and people used to know each other's names. I used to go to the grocery store, and I would know everyone, and I would talk to the cashier who was always there, and we could bond, blah, 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 blah. Community is what conservatives like. Cars destroy communities in many ways, more than one. Just take grocery shopping. If you, instead of grocery shopping 2 or 3 times a week, you might grocery shop once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks. I grocery shop once every 2 weeks. I don't have kids, so maybe once a week. But if you live closer to your grocery store, you can go once, twice, 3 times a week. Sometimes you're even forced to do it. In that case, your grocery store, if you have to walk to it, your grocery store is more local. So you get to see people. It's a smaller grocery store where you recognize people who go there because it's people from the community. It creates a better social bond. So it goes back to the small town kind of conservative ideal, right? Where even when I lived in Montreal, which was more, there were, as Aunt B said, I could walk to a grocery store which was very small, but I recognized the people who went there. I recognized the cashier. We go back to a more of a community, a small scale community in which it's a lot less alienating. And imagine I can walk there as well, right? I can take the metro. The amount of times I've been in the subway or the metro and I've recognized people I haven't seen in so long, and we spoke and we're like, what are the odds of us being in the same train, in the same like little cabin thing, and us recognizing each other? And then we vibe and we're very happy. We haven't talked for like 10 years. And it's like, the vibe? You're listening to your music. You're like this. You don't want to look like stupid. So is that the guy from high school? Then the guy's also the same exact way, right? You're both side-eyeing each other in the subway. And then eventually you see that the person is looking at you the same way you're looking at them. And then you're like, and then the person's like, and you create relationships like that. Or you reconstruct relationships like that. It's amazing, right? Maybe you can walk down the street. You see a family with their kid. You say hello. There's a lady with her little buggy with her groceries in it. And then she's going up the stairs of her apartment. You're like, hey, can I help you? And the lady's like, oh, yes, of course. Oh, you're such a sweet young man. And then after you help her, she grabs an apple from the grocery bag, and then she gives it to you. And you're like, thanks, lady. And she says, thank you. And then you keep walking down the streets, eating your apple. Then there's a dog, and then you go pet the dog, and then you go to the grocery store. How beautiful. Meanwhile, our reality is you get out of your car, maybe your best case scenario, your neighbor is mowing the lawn, and you go, howdy, neighbor. And then your neighbor goes like this. You don't talk because, of course, he's mowing the lawn. It's making a lot of noise, and he's busy mowing his lawn, which is very important. So you get in your car, you back up, and then you drive. You put the radio on, you listen to a couple of commercials, maybe a hit song of the month, and then you wait at the red light. There's people jamming in their own cars. You don't really pay attention to them. All right, green light, let's go. Oh, stop sign. Look left, look right. All right, we continue. And turning into the parking lot, finding a parking. There's no parking. Oh, there's one. All right. Oh, wait. There's a goddamn motorcycle in that parking lot. Ugh. Go back. You find one. And then you start walking to the grocery store. And maybe you'll cross someone that you know. But most likely, this grocery store that you need to drive to is the kind of grocery store that that serves a very, very large territory with a very, very large amount of people that you do not recognize. You go to the grocery store, you have 8 registry caches to select from. None of them you recognize because it's all employees who hate their jobs and who do not want to be there, all wearing the same kind of uniform. They all look the same, so how could you develop a relationship with with people who all look the same? So you do your grocery, you with your big shopping cart, unload it in the trunk of your car, close the trunk of your car, back up, you get out, stoplight, stop sign, you get back home, your neighbor's done mowing the thing and he's listening to Netflix in his house. And then you take your stuff and you bring it back home. Huh? What do you prefer? What do you prefer? That was very romanticized. With a spark of humor, I try sometimes. But you get the point. There's a point in there, and you get it. I'm romanticizing public transport and I'm demonizing car transport. But I hope by doing that, I highlight the differences between both, and I also highlight the alienation that comes from being individualized in small boxes to get to places. Now Sneaky Revenant. After saying that, I read that Sneaky Revenant said metal box before I have. I'm not stealing from you. You are retroactively stealing from me, okay? Lisby says, I'm not that sociable, but I do know who my neighbors are and do occasionally see people I know at the shops. Yeah, maybe it's a hot take, but I also think that most people are sociable, but I think we are naturally sociable, but that we are made to not be sociable. Talk to old people. A lot of old people are very sociable. I think we've seen this before. I've seen this as a meme, so I don't know how universal it is. But if it's a meme, it has to be somewhat universal. That was a joke. The idea that when you have a conversation with old people, very often they're sweet and you don't have to carry the conversation. Very often the conversation flows. It's not for anyone. It's not for everyone, of course. It's a generalization. But very often with younger people, sometimes you might have to carry the conversation a bit more. Because we're fucking awkward. I'm awkward. You guys are awkward. I know you're awkward. But it's also because we didn't really have the experience or the practice to be sociable. Again, it's a lot of things. One of these things is the metal boxes, I believe. That's one of the reasons why we're not sociable. We go to places where it's filled with strangers. Had it been filled with people that we cross maybe not every day, but every week at least, we might be less inhibited to talk to them, right? If I have to go do my groceries every day in a city with, well, it's not the case here, but I do the groceries in a city with 50,000 people, and the grocery is like serving a portion of these 50,000 people that come from all over, then striking a conversation with a complete stranger might not actually happen. I live in a small block, with a grocery store that serves the small block, and there's no reason for other people to go to that grocery store because it's really like tailored to that block, then if I see someone for like the 5th time, they might come talk to me. I might go talk to them. If I recognize a cashier every time, I might talk to them and be a bit more friendly with them. And that develops sociability. Of course, when we are alienated, we're always alone, and we are surrounded by strangers every day. And when I say strangers, someone can be a stranger and like you see them every week, but I feel like the chances of them not becoming a stranger after seeing them every week becomes lower and lower the more you see them. If you see someone every 2 or 3 days for a year, eventually they're not a stranger anymore, right? I don't know. So I feel like in that case, sociability might be something that we need to develop, and that's the kind of thing that's not encouraged in the model that we've created for ourselves. Yeah, public transport is a lot more safe, Lisby. Yeah, absolutely. In terms of safety, public transport is very, very safe. Lenore says, I thought you guys didn't stop at stop signs. I don't know what you mean by you guys. If you mean anarchists, I don't stop at stop signs because I'm an anarchist and I don't believe in laws. I won't follow the authority of a red sign. What do you think I am? A sheep? Oh, Margot. I didn't see you in chat. Hello, Margot. Tuki says, I like your sense of humor. Thank you. Thank you. That's adorable. Everybody cry in chat for Antby. Antby says, I randomly saw my wife 3 times in 3 weeks on the train when we first started dating. We both took it as a sign. That's adorable. See? And they got married. So for all the conservatives out there who want people to get married, you have to start investing in trains, because then people get married on trains, as Antby has. The Proctophile says people just need to get out more often. Yeah, that we can agree on. That we can agree on. I honestly, but like I don't to go back to like the car thing though. Having to take the car and having to pay gas just to get out is kind of a reason why I don't, contributing factor as to why I don't go out. I don't like driving. I find it annoying, I find it boring, I find it alienating. I can walk outside, but as I've said, the infrastructure here are for cars. The road is not pedestrian friendly at all. There's a sidewalk. At the very least, there's a sidewalk. But the sidewalk is right next to a road where people are going minimum 80 kilometers per hour. So it's not a very cozy walk. If I want to go out, I have to take the car to go out. As opposed to walkable cities or places with public transport. If I have my monthly pass, I have every reason to want to capitalize on my monthly pass as much as possible. Kenji is shilling for the Vienna public transportation service. I'm literally wearing a shirt from the public transportation in Vienna right now. A free advertising gift, like they need it. They are punctual and modern. There you go. Kenji being a shill for the Vienna public transportation service. Yeah, Lisby, I understand that. It's also that I don't want to talk about certain stuff with other people. For sure. Most of I'm lucky enough to have one of the few remaining local grocery store, though it might be closing soon. It's for sale, so we'll see how that goes. But I cross people when I go. I cross people that I recognize because I live in a small community, and that's an amazing feeling. It's a really, really nice feeling. And it doesn't, like, I'm not talking about personal stuff with them. And I'm not talking about marks with them, right? If I talk to them, it's very often the same shit, and it's very often small talk in a way. But it creates links and bonds. And the small talk, though you might hate it, is just about creating a, or deleting the inhibitions between two people, right? I talk to someone I've never spoken to before. Hey, what do you think of being a Marxist and an anarchist at the same time? Do you think those are incompatible? That's not how you create relationships. You see someone that you've crossed a couple of times at the grocery store, and then you see them again, and you're like, oh, really nice day outside, isn't it? And they're like, yeah, it is. And then you can start, or maybe you can just leave it at that next time. Oh, it's a really nice day outside again. Yeah, it's been a couple of nice days recently. And you're like, oh, do you live around here? And they're like, oh yeah, I live like down the street in that red house. And you're like, oh, you're the one who lives there. Well, I live a couple of houses away. Oh, really? Oh, well, nice. That's a really nice house. And then the person's like, oh, well, if you want, you can come for a visit one time. I'd love to show. I did some renovations recently. I don't know. Again, I'm romanticizing it, but you understand what I mean. It starts with small talk. You don't need to start talking about certain stuff with other people. Roman Vaughan says, "Why are you teaching people how to do small talk?" He said it before I started teaching people how to do small talk. How are you? This stream has been about you predicting am I that predictable? Why are you even watching me if you know what I'm gonna say? Or am I just repeating myself? So it's a waste of my life to create bonds with my community. Ultra Solar says public transport in London is the most unromantic experience possible. I can believe that. Some places, yeah, public transport is not that great. I don't know about London though. I'm reading about the train thing. All right. I'm gonna skip a lot. Lisby says I'm bad at small talks. Small talk. I do info dumps. It's not bad to do info dump either. Just in the right context. Maybe not in a grocery store. Yeah. Like Roman Vaughan says, I don't see the point of small talk. It's usually just like to vibe with the other person. It's to vibe with people. That's like, it's usually how you introduce yourself with other people. Is this person cool? Is this person... Creating community bonds is praxis. Creating links with your community. Hey, listen, if you can make like a random person in your community, like some normie, become friends with a communist, You're doing praxis, my friend. If you can become a community leader by saying hi to everyone, by being friendly, by doing small talk, but like creating a warmth with someone else. I think that's what small talk is. Creating a warmth with someone else instead of being coldly alienated from each other and not creating these bonds. Creating bonds is exactly what capitalists don't want you to do. They want you to be alone. They want you to be all isolated and fuck that. Talk to the people around you. Become friends with them. One day they'll learn that you're a communist and then they'll be like, I have a communist friend. That's weird. And through proximity, you're doing praxis. You're making friends is the true activism here. Lisby says, is German privatized public transport worse than British privatized public transport? I could not tell you. I've never been to Europe. Roby says, normally Canvas Man is the one lagging behind chat. We had to turn the tables at one point. Thank you for making me feel less bad about myself for lagging. The Proctophile says, not at all. I've been trying to engage with you in a civil disagreement for weeks. I feel like you and I could learn a lot from each other. Thank you. What makes you think capitalists want everyone to be alone? That seems like an unwarranted stretch of reason. Communities that get together are dangerous for different reasons. First, for class awareness. You don't want people to bond. Okay, an example. Before unionizing my workplace, there was this rumor that we were not allowed to talk about our wages. You're not allowed to talk about your wages. And there's a reason why they don't want us to talk about our wages. There's a reason why they don't want us to cozy up for those reasons, is so that we don't coordinate together, which we ended up doing. They were kind of right to tell us to not do it, because when we did, we decided to unionize. There's a political force in community building that can only be at the detriment of the capitalist. That's something I believe in. If your community is strong and decides to defend its own interest instead of comply to the interest of the capitalists, because I do believe that they are conflicting, then that can become a danger to capitalist interest. The best examples I can give sorry, is the street that's right in front of my house. The street that's right in front of my house is a street that goes 80 kilometers per hour. The reason why it goes 80 kilometers per hour is to allow mostly tourists to go around, because the region is all about tourism, and let big trucks full of either merchandise or primary resources to go. Like, what is making the road that is basically the bond between our community 80, which makes it a highway, is economic interests. So if we put our interest as a community on top of capitalist interest, then the road, for example, will not comply to capitalist interest. So if we get together to have a more cozy community, that's a danger. That's an example. If you decide to have a, I don't know, mining company in a city, whether or not people are organized together is going to determine how how easily you'll be able to get away with some shitty parts of your exploitation, of what shitty parts of your mining endeavor, let's say. If the population doesn't care, you know, they only care about their own little self-interest, and they don't communicate with others, they don't bond as a community, then the mining company can do whatever they want. They can have big trucks going, you know, in the city, in the center of the city. They can maybe pollute the lake that's next to you. Of course, all of that might impact your own, you know, self-serving interest as an individual. But as an individual, you'll never have the power to fight back. The power to fight back lies in communities, in numbers. So, all right, maybe after talking all that, I think the reason why communities are a danger to capitalists, or, you know, community building and, like, you know, becoming connected, is because it's easier to have individuals comply to your own interests, because it disempowers them. Communities empowers people, and when communities are empowered, they can better fight back like private or corporate interests that they might not agree with. If I don't agree with a corporate interest in my city, I can't do anything all by myself. I can do something, and I can apply pressure. I can do something if I know people around me, and I can federate them around, or we can federate ourselves around that problem, that issue. Now I have to read everything. I want to see how people answered the Proctor file as well. Sorry, I'm reading. NB says capitalism as a system. Yeah, not capitalist particular, like in particular. Yeah, capitalism as a system. I interchanged both. I mean, beyond individuals' motives, wants to atomize communities into the smallest unit possible. The individual, the more separated they become, the better. Another example, and to piggyback off of B's answer. Another example is individualism encourages consumerism. Why the fuck do every single person needs a lawnmower? You mow your lawn maximum once a week. There's no reason why you can't pass around a lawnmower and split the cost of a lawnmower between 5, 6, 7, or even 8 neighbors. There's no reason for that. If you create community building, bonds, and you start, you know, doing that praxis, you can be like, yeah, instead of buying a full lawnmower each, what if we all get together, buy those tractors that you can sit on? It'll be so much more cool, and we'll probably spend less each because we'll be sharing it. And if there's something that happens, like it breaks or whatever, we split the repair costs in 8. It's not going to cost it will cost maybe a dime, but it's not going to cost a fortune. That is an example of a community or community bonds coming straight as those interests coming straight up antagonism. Those interests are antagonist to the capitalist interest, which they would like everyone to buy a lawnmower. Of course, that's 8 times the profit. That's an example. Lisby says, I'm trans and not out, so I have more of my community online, hence Discord. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, for sure. There are reasons why you wouldn't want to you know, create community bonds for sure. Many different reasons. And I'm thinking about some, and yeah, of course. Wait, who said that? I lost it. Someone said because material goods fill the spaces in between atomized individuals. I liked it, but I can't find it. Oh, it's NB. Good job, NB. That was beautiful. Yeah, Roman wants sometimes wants the cars to keep the rent low. It makes sense. Talking about a lot of yeah, that's another thing. JTVJ, welcome in chat. By the way, I haven't seen you today. Well, welcome. Says false scarcity through coercive labor puts everyone at competition too. Yeah, that's true. Everyone's at competition under capitalism. Competition is the driving force of capitalism. I think even people who are capitalists will agree that competition. They just think that competition is a good thing. But if you believe that competition is a good thing and that's the driving force of capitalism, you have to agree also that community kind of goes against that, or can go against that. Though Isaac said that, you know, community can be, you know, freely association, a bit like capitalism. And you're gonna, well, there you go. Yeah. So like if the community is like a free association, you compete against other free associations, but instead of being determined by the community, are determined by, you know, the seeking of profit. So of course they're not going to like that. They don't want a kind of freely associated business that gets to compete with them, right? If we want to see, if we're going to frame communities as businesses. Oh wait, it's that end cap again, isn't it? I'm not going through that. I'm not going through that. I'm sorry, Isaac. Yeah, that's the end cap. All right, I'll have to ignore you. We were having a really good discussion, okay, about how community is praxis, how public transport and, you know, being anti-car is actually a good thing and builds communities better, blah blah blah. Now we have the end cap shitting on the table. Gnomes child, the debased. Hello. Lisby saying explaining this channel to friends would be fun. Ostensibly art, actually trains. Worst place to attempt convincing people of capitalism. It's funny. JTVJ says, if you're going to the beach, should you compete with your friends to get there? No. All right. But imagine the beach is so scarce, so small that it can only accommodate one person. Then yes, you would have to compete with your friends to get there. And if you lose a competition, well, no beach for you, buddy. And in that analogy, you have a whole ass beach. It's just that everything's privatized except for one like piece of land that's only good for one person. Roman Vaughan Williams says to Isaac Clarke, the NCAP, I suggest you read Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution. It's not as good as Marx, but it might be where to start. Yeah, it's a good book. It's a response to social Darwinists, which I imagine maybe Isaac is social Darwinist. And it's the idea that no, not only does evolution a strictly competitive environment, but also you can't really apply it to social, like this, to the social our social situation, even if it was strictly competitive. Things are different. Nature and society are different. Lisby says, I had this friend in the university who firmly believed that competition drives people to be better when I was literally explaining how I didn't feel that. I think it's nuanced. I think competition can drive you to become better. For sure. And I think that at a certain point, it's the case. But I think that this drive to become better can sometimes be a bit unhealthy, and can sometimes be unproductive and not super efficient. Like, for example, I'm sure. All right, let's take an example of cereals, right? Let's say through competition, you can adopt a new way of making cereals faster and more productively and tastier. And then competition forces people to be faster and produce more, right? That's a good thing. But what if you produce more and more cereal at the expense of its taste, or at the expense of its nutritional qualities? You can still sell it pretty cheaply, and you'll be doing competition with cereals that don't have the nutritional, worth and all that. And eventually, like, the competition ends up being really shit food with little nutritional value that can do actually more harm in the end. That's an example, but there's different ways in which competition can actually suck. Think of another way of thinking about it: a planned obsolescence. Very it shows the inefficiency of capitalism. Planned obsolescence is the idea that things can't last too long. If they do, then the business that makes them is going to be unsustainable. Planned obsolescence works not only in the ways that it breaks, but also in the ways that you make the thing not relevant anymore. So there are things that corporations do. They design products so that they can be broken. Everybody knows that. I think even Isaac would have to agree with that. They design things to not have an infinite life value, because yes, your product will be competitive by having an infinite life value, but eventually, if it never breaks, if it's perfect, and if it doesn't need to be replaced, then your business is going to be out of business very quickly. Once everybody buys your pair of shoes that never wears out and that is perfect, then once everybody bought these shoes, what are you going to sell them? You can't sell them the perfect shoes that never get worn out, because the shoes are still going to be there, and they're going to be perfect and not worn out, and can be sold secondhand without really an issue. So here we have the idea of capitalism being very inefficient, in the sense that it requires things to be, it requires scarcity, it requires things to to break. It requires things to not be as durable as maybe we would want to. All right, I have to come clean on something. So sometimes when I don't know what to say on stream, or when I want to spice things up, I pay Isaac to come in and chat. So Isaac is not even a real ANCAP. He's a paid actor to trigger all the commies in chat. So, I mean, you can continue to talk to this canvas plant, this canvas paid, but he's doing it for my entertainment because he's trolling you, and he's doing a really good job at it. Hi, Rio. He's also Rio's also a canvas plant. What are you doing? What are you doing, little cat? I had a friend over this week, and they didn't want to touch the cat because they said my cat was ugly. Which he kind of is. You heard that, Rio? They said you were ugly. You see the white on his hair is not actually like the light. Sometimes it is, but a lot of times it's actually like patches of hair that are just missing. I know it's rude. Proctophile says, "You're saying I could be getting paid to be here?" Yeah. All right. The thing is, like, you're too polite. I can't pay someone like not that Isaac is not polite enough. I think you're not irrational enough. Rio is the real mastermind behind the canvas. You know what? I'm gonna get out of frame so I can focus on him. There you go. You get Rio instead of me. Doesn't he look evil? On top of the chair that he massacred as well. He's like not claiming ownership, but standing on a throne that he created with his claws. Godspeed is saying it. The cat is not ugly. Even I think the cat is ugly, but I love him for it. It makes him very it makes him very unique. All right, and he's gone. Thank you, Miguel. I agree, and B. Every good streamer needs a troll. I like Isaac Clarke, but I think he can do better. This is pretty low-level trolling. And B is making me realize that maybe I should lower the pay, Isaac. I'm sorry. You have to try harder. All right, we'll discuss the terms, Proctophile. Isaac, Proctophile is going to take your job soon. The beauty of competition, right? I'm paying Isaac quite a hefty amount of money to troll, but Proctophile is here, and he's gonna be discussing the terms and actually offer less or require less money than you, Isaac, and then you're gonna be forced to require less money from me than, like, even less than Proctofile does, until both of you in competition get less money from me because you've competed so hard against each other for my benefit. I love competition. Boy, do I love competition. Miguel saying your Rastafari hat is hella basic. Miguel is also trolling, but I'm not paying you, Miguel. I'm not paying someone to troll on my hat. That hurts my feelings. Yeah, the cat's name is Rio. Rio the fascist. Fourth job, damn. Lenore, Isaac can't compete better to be paid more. All he can do is compete. If he wants to compete, he needs to either offer better services or ask less pay. I don't give a fuck about the quality of the services. I just want to troll. I don't care. Capitalism in action. Not monopolies can't happen in a free market, guys. Okay? I promise. I promise. Sneaky Revenant says I could fake conservatism so well. Oh, I could fake conservatism very well. I just don't want to get clipped, that's all. I've never been clipped. Yeah, there you go. Putting words that I didn't know. Classic race to the bottom through competition, says Alpaca Attack. Is that actually like a concept? Race to the bottom? What is race to the bottom? It has a Wikipedia page. Let's look into it. Oh no, no, it's gonna talk about government deregulation of the business environment. Guys, if I'm about to read this, I want Isaac to answer in chat, or else we'd have to make sure that he's fine. Okay, we're gonna read race to the bottom. I never, like, I've never heard of that idea. The concept, of course, is familiar, but the idea that it's named is was unknown to me. Maybe there's a way. Maybe there's a name in French. That's gonna be my cop out for not knowing about it. Isaac should have a safe word. Yeah, and by the way, when it comes to capitalism, I think, like, even Marx recognized the strengths of capitalism. It's not, look, it is capitalism bad, but it does have its benefits. It's extremely efficient to a point, up to a point. But it definitely is efficient. In terms of building up industry, it's extremely efficient. It's not bad. It's bad to a point where, you know, the competition comes into the way of, you know, I mean, the interests of the capitalists and the interests of the workers will always be antagonistic. The good thing about capitalism is that it concentrates a bit of wealth into the hands of the capitalists that can then invest it in means of production to, you know, to extract more wealth from the workers. But those investments in the means of productions are, or no, means of production, yeah, with an S, means, not production. Those investments are important, not only to build, well, no, they're important to build the wealth of society in general. For capitalism, it builds the wealth of, you know, one person or a small group of people. But the idea is we want it to build the wealth of everyone. And once we can build enough wealth through capitalism, because it generates a lot of wealth, because its main purpose is to generate wealth and nothing more and nothing less. Once enough wealth is generated, then perhaps instead of concentrating on more growth, on more, you know, more expansion, more wealth, which can come to a, which can actually be destructive at one point, I think we can agree with that, then we can say, all right, instead of looking for more wealth, more concentration, more expansion, let's take the wealth we have and do great things together with the infrastructures that we build, with the forced labor of, you know, of workers for centuries. But yeah, Race to the Bottom. Let's read it. It's, by the way, it's really important to have names for concepts in general. If there's concepts that don't have names, it's really hard to talk about them and develop them with other people. I think a lot of people know the idea of Race to the Bottom, where competition can actually become nefarious to people who partake in that competition, for both of them, for every party. But so if there's not a name, it's hard to pinpoint it more specifically, more particularly. I want to read this. Alpaca tag. I could start clipping you out of context for money. Hey, listen, I don't make a lot of money. Capitalism is the most progressive system in human history. That's true. That's absolutely true. Yeah, we're about to read Wikipedia pages, Tiltic. Isaac is back in chat. And I'm afraid that capitalism existed since the Stone Age. Hey, listen. Wait, Lenore doesn't think that capitalism existed since the Stone Age? Like, they have car-centric cities in the Stone Age. They have the nuclear family in the Stone Age. What do you mean? What? They even mow their lawn in the Stone Age. You're crazy. Teme SK just dropped in chat, probably wondering what the fuck is going on. Says, hello from Finland. Hello. I really want to paint and draw, and I have every item to do so, but since I have been in this rut for so long, I have trouble to get my imagination rolling. Any advice? Copy. That's gonna be my advice because of yesterday's video. Copy something. Copy something, and eventually you'll be bored of copying something, and then you'll be like, all right, this is boring. I want to actually do my own stuff. And maybe you'll do your own stuff while copying. Maybe just add a little thing to the thing that you're copying, maybe. People have been doing it for ages. Lenore forgot about the Flintstones. It's easy to forget about the Flintstones. Ephraim says vocab linguistics plus political rhetoric equals a very powerful team. I can forgive a lot, but not lawn propaganda. Here's the ANCAP saying, here's the ANCAP being, opposing it might makes right. Mar is right. SK, if you want advice from great talented artists, you should consider joining the Discord. Absolutely, that's such a great idea, Mar. That's a really, really good idea. Hold on. All right, and then we'll read about Race to the Bottom, because I want to learn about it. It's either I learn about it myself on my own time, or I learn about it with you. And I love spending time with you. And what else? What else were? Oh yeah, and a second thing, since Discord. Hey, go subscribe to the Jarminal, because that's where I'm gonna make my next live streams. If you like this, this is gonna be where I'm gonna do it in the future. And oh yeah, and this sucks. All right. Dahlia says one of the videos you covered inspired me, and I'm writing a philosophy paper on it. What is it? I want to know what it is. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Happy to have inspired you. And the reason why I want to know what it is so I could steal it from you and make a video about it myself. All right, Anby wants me to show iPencil. Is it iPencil? I'll show it after this, okay? Mr. Canvas. Back at it again with the advertisement of parasocial relationships. Listen. I started off not wanting to have any parasocial relationships, being very wary of them. Then I realized this business model, this business, you know, if I want to be competitive, I need to start being parasocial. It sucks, but listen, if I have to be unethical to be more competitive in a competitive system, I have to be more unethical. It's either that, or I get crushed by the competition. Other people who will be more parasocial. People who will say that they love you, and that they care for you, and that they hope you sleep well at night. Okay? All right. Enough trolling, okay? We're gonna read. Race to the bottom. Race to the bottom is a socio-economic phrase to describe either government deregulation of the business environment or reduction in corporate tax rates in order to attract or retain usually foreign economic activity in their jurisdictions. While this phenomenon can happen between countries as a result of globalization and free trade, it also can occur with individual countries between their sub-jurisdictions, states, localities, cities. It may occur when competition increases between geographic areas over a particular sector of trade and production. The effect and intent of these actions is to lower labor rates, cost of business, or other factors, pensions, environmental protection, and other externalities, over which governments can exert control. This deregulation lowers the cost of production for businesses. Countries, localities with higher labor, environmental standards, or taxes can lose business to countries, localities with less regulation, which in turn makes them want to lower regulations in order to keep firms' production in their jurisdiction, hence driving the race to the lowest regulatory standards. That is very interesting. Don't want to read the history of it though. Fuck the history of it. I'm sure, and usage. I want to know the usage though. Let's read taxation and environmental policy. Because we got some green people in chat, or people who like the environment. Taxation. On 1st of July 2021, when 130 countries backed an OECD plan to set a global minimum corporate tax rate, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen called it a historic day. She said for decades, the United States has participated in a self-defeating international tax competition, lowering our corporate tax rates only to watch other nations lower theirs in response. The result was a global race to the bottom. Who could lower their corporate rate further and faster? That's a good thing to Isaac, right? That's interesting. That's in terms of like income for countries, but that's the case for income for individual workers as well, right? Who could lower their wage or their salary rate further and faster, right? To get a job. That's often what's happened, right? The race to the bottom has been a tactic widely used among states within the United States of America. The race to the bottom in environmental policy involves both scaling back policies already in place and passing new policies that encourage less environmentally friendly behavior. Some states use this as an economic development strategy, especially in times of financial hardships. What does Isaac think of environmental policy? Or of the environment? I want to know what he thinks. For example, in Wisconsin, Governor Scott Walker decreased state environmental staff's capacity in order to accelerate the approval time for a proposed development. Pursuing a race to the bottom philosophy in environmental politics allows states to foster economic growth, but has great consequences for the environment of that state. Conversely, some states have begun to pursue a race to the top strategy, which stresses innovative environmental policies at the state level, with the hopes that these policies will later be adopted by other states. When a state pursues either a race to the bottom or a race to the top strategy, it speaks to its overall environmental agenda. Like, for example, for the environment, Isaac. Like here, it's very, very, well, the best way to prevent large-scale pollution is self-defense. They break the NAP. God damn it. God damn it. All right. Corporations have shown to benefit from breaking the environment, from destroying the environment. It's in their interest to do it. That means, you know, they can lower their expenses by not caring too much about the environment. And they've done it. What they do is that they go to states or countries where environmental policies are, you know, are not even existent, so they can do the shit that they do, destroy the earth, and gaining from it. So two things. You say that these environmental policies are ineffective, but they seem to drive away businesses. So they do kind of do something, right? Or else they wouldn't be driving away businesses who want to break the planet for profit. So they are doing something. They're not doing they're not solving the whole issue, but they are helping in a way, right? Or else if they weren't effective at all, I don't know. Plus, they break the NAP. Who enforces the NAP? Who enforces the NAP? Who enforces the NAP? Anyone can enforce the NAP. It's a tool to find out lawful behavior. To say otherwise is not to understand it. All right. So what you're saying is, might makes right. Might makes right, Isaac. That's what you're saying. And in a capitalist world, the mighty are the capitalists. The mighty are the ones who prefer prefer destroying the environment for profits. Of course. Anyone can enforce the NAP. Some can enforce it more than others. You're literally Animal Farm. You're literally the pigs in Animal Farm. I want to liberate everyone. Everyone can enforce the NAP. But some can enforce it more than others, of course, because they own guns and militaries and soldiers and private security for firms and stuff like that. To say, but force, though, is to justify force over truth. So, you really believe that a capitalist corporation who benefits from profit, obviously, who has the possibility to force their way into more profits, will say, actually, we believe the truth. And because of the non-aggression principle, we respect your boundaries. We will not destroy the earth or destroy the environment. But Isaac, what if they don't believe in climate change? Or if they say they don't believe in climate change? Your claim to self-defense to them is null. Your claim to self-defense is ridiculous, right? They can just claim that they don't believe in climate change. So you're saying, oh, I'm defending myself from you destroying the environment. You're like, no, I'm not destroying the environment. Then what the fuck do you do? Do you still defend yourself? Then if you defend yourself, they'll see you defending their or attacking your property, and they'll enact the non-aggression principle against you because you're the aggressor in their head. Yeah, exactly, Lenore. And what would stop people from using force over truth? It's for truth, guys. The claim can be empirically verified. Pay attention to what you're saying to Canvas, because you're very close to justify something really bad because my opinion in force, though. Yeah, but they don't give a fuck. Hello? I'm not justifying something really bad. You are. You're saying, all right, we're going to give power to corporations, a shit ton of power. And I believe that empirical claims will be not only accepted, but will be accepted to the point of risking profit to corporations whose main and sole goal is to make profit. Do you see how much faith you're putting in corporations? The only thing that stops corporations from destroying the planet in your worldview is your belief that they will adhere to truth. How pathetic. It's the belief that they will prioritize truth over profit. When has that ever happened? Raucous Supreme says, giving absolute authority to profit-driven soulless and entities can only lead to good things. No, I don't have an internal monologue. Why do you ask? Isaac says, the NAP is a tool which shows who is the aggressor and who is the victim. By the NAP, victims have the right to defend themselves because it has been proven that they are victims. Alright, but like... Alright, Exxon. You are destroying the environment. I have the right to protect myself. I will destroy you! Good fucking luck, dude. So... Alright, Isaac. Listen to me now. The NAP cannot be manipulated. Science cannot be manipulated. Alright. So, the NAP can work in your anarcho-capitalist worldview if A, capitalists prioritize truth over profits, or B, if capitalists respect the right for you to protect yourself. Right? Is that it? Do you really believe 1 billion people will fight against 4 fat cats? Aren't you the person who believes that like the government right now is fucking everyone over? Are 1 billion people fighting against the government? They're not. People are malleable. You really think that 1 billion people will risk their livelihood? Will risk everything? And that they stand a chance? And does your worldview rely on the threat of civil war? Answer my question. Dude, I promise, okay? If we live in an authoritarian hell, people will rise up. So, we don't really have to worry about authoritarianism, because if there is authoritarianism, people will rise up. Right? So, all right. So the protection of people's freedom relies on freedoms relies on honesty of corporations. If that doesn't work, it relies on the corporation's respect for your right to self-defense. And if that doesn't work, well, it relies on a civil war, taking down that corporation who's not accepting or respecting your right to self-defense by fighting against their own self-interest, which is their very essence, their purpose as a business. God, he's gonna shut up forever. Then it's gonna be the Proctophile. Proctophile. Okay, I'm gonna watch that one video, that 10-minute video. I'll do it. I'll watch the video because you said you'll shut up forever. This is this is oh, yeah, it's true. I need to watch. I need to read on iPencil and B. I'm gonna watch that video by that Isaac. It's 10 minutes. We're gonna watch it, and he said that after that he will shut up forever if I'm not convinced. And those are the deal. That's the deal. So, and I have faith that he will respect the deal because, well, you know, he's an NCAP. All right, I can watch it at 1.5 times speed. God, It's perfect. JTVJ is actually spitting some truth here. It's actually good. It says if I were you, I'd literally come back with an understanding of how we think, and you'd be more effective in convincing us. Don't just feel correct. Be an educator. Yeah, it's true. But in any case, you can send me the video on Discord. Is it the libertarianism and property rights from first principles? I imagine it's that one. You've already linked it to me. If you say yes. Let's see if it's 17 minutes. Is it that one? Is it this one, Isaac? I'm gonna go grab some earphones. In the meantime, tell me if it's this one. If it's not, send it on Discord. Alright, sorry about that. I couldn't find them. So it's gonna go with the big earphones or headphones. Is that the video, Isaac? I told you to answer my question. Is that the video? You gave me the terms of a contract and I accepted. Please honor your contract, or else I'll be ethically allowed to to do whatever I want under the NAP. Is that the 17-minute video? Because it's the 16-minute video. Is this yes or no? God damn it. It's even hard to just have a conversation. Oh, Evelina Gospodina says, hi, I wanted to say that your videos really helped me to pass my art history exam. Thank you. Thank you. Wow, that's really nice. I'm glad it helped. Can you I'll take whatever video. Oh, okay, you just sent me a video. Perfect. That's the video I'm gonna watch. Do you guys see? Wait, do you guys see? No, you don't see. This is the ad I'm getting right now. So is that the kind of ads that end caps need to go through when they watch videos on YouTube? This is an end cap. Oh, you can't hear. Fuck.
Do it safely from the comfort of your home starting today. No matter how old are you or your current condition. And the best part, sleep like a baby, pee like a teenager and have sex like a man, within a few short weeks from today. There is no doubt the $390 billion prostate care industry does not want you to watch this video, and discover this extraordinary prostate health solution. So go watch a free exclusive video where we reveal how you can permanently reverse the one true cause of all your prostate issues and reclaim the prostate of a 20-year-old. Watch it now before it's taken down.
Gonna be taken down, guys. So the end cap video or the prostate shrinking video? Ah, fuck. Yeah, I think people in chat want to watch the prostate ritual. Huh. What do we do, guys? You know what the worst part is? Like, watching it completely probably made it so I'm gonna get the same type of ads now. Both are gonna be equally truthful. Alright. Because I hate chat, and chat wants to watch the prostate. Their prostate. Yeah. See, exactly. They want to shrink the state. That's the anarcho-capitalists. Anarchists as well, like me, but they want to shrink the state. That's what's going on. All right. Playing at the same time? No, okay. I'm sorry, Isaac. Oh God. All right, so my boy Isaac in chat, the end cap said that if I watch this whole video, he's gonna leave us alone with his end cap shit for forever. And I agreed to the terms of the deal, and we both know that according to the NAP, we cannot betray the terms of the deal. We stay truthful. We stay anarchists.
This video is sponsored by the American Crisis War in the North. Check out their Kickstarter via the link in the description or at www.yourdadwilllovethis.com. Also, this video is a companion to our two-part series on the history of libertarianism. You can check it out by clicking the link on the top right of your screen. While this video totally works on its own, knowing the history of libertarianism will add useful context.
Should I start? Should I get what do you call them? Sponsors at the beginning of my videos? I see.
The year
I'm already
is
annoyed.
1688, and the Glorious Revolution has ended in the deposition of England's King James II and the installation of its new co-monarchs, William III and his wife, Mary II. But new rulers meant new problems. This was the age of divine right, a time when kings were chosen by God to rule their subjects. You can think what you want about this justification today, but at the time of the Glorious Revolution, it was rock solid. God was definitely real, he was definitely all-powerful, and he definitely appointed kings. And yet, here the English people were, deposing their God-chosen king. In doing so, they were declaring that God was wrong, and by replacing him, they were saying that they knew better. Unfortunately, neither of those ideas make any sense. It's not metaphysically possible for God to be wrong. As an all-knowing and all-powerful being, God defines right and wrong. But the English people really hated their old sovereign, and really liked these new ones. Something had to change, and that change would come thanks to the philosopher John Locke. Locke said that God does not appoint the king with a blank check on power. Instead, God appoints kings with a mandate to protect man's natural rights. So long as a king defends man's rights, then his reign is sanctioned by God. But if he violates those rights, then he's no longer sanctioned, and the people have both the right and the obligation to overthrow him. This is not dissimilar from the Chinese concept of the mandate of heaven and the heavenly cycle. In the case of the Glorious Revolution, Locke was saying that since James II was violating the English people's rights, his rule was no longer sanctioned by God. The English people were right to overthrow him. But since William III and Mary II would defend their natural rights, their reign was sanctioned by God, and the people could not righteously overthrow them. This is classical liberalism, an ideology that would develop in interesting directions in the coming centuries. But before we find out how, we need to talk about our sponsor, Nations and Cannons, The American Crisis, which is on Kickstarter right now. Let me tell you, few things are more libertarian than overthrowing tyrannical governments, and in The American Crisis, you'll get to do exactly that.
I don't know if that was the best segue. I mean, no, actually, no, that's good. Few things are more libertarian than a couple of wealthy people disposing the government and then creating their own government as wealthy slave owners to then prosper and make more wealth. That is pretty libertarian, actually.
Crisis is an expansion to the much-beloved Nations and Cannons supplement to Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition that transforms the swords and sorcery world of D&D into a historically accurate recreation of the American Revolution. The American Crisis War in the North expands on that winning formula with even more features, including new character options for morale-boosting drummers and sharpshooting Jaegers, advanced flintlock firearms like the Amuset, Swivel Breech Rifle, Lorenzoni Musket, and other more exotic black powder weapons, and historically accurate atlases featuring annotated maps of New York, Boston, Valley Forge, Philadelphia, and other key locations from the
Why are we
Revolutionary
watching
War,
this?
all of which are based on period watercolors made by actual military surveyors from the Revolution. The American Crisis also comes with a full campaign where you'll explore key moments.
That's where I'm from, guys. That's where I am. That's where I am. That's where I am. I don't see my city. It's a bit too pixelated for this. But I'm from there. That's me. That's me.
By actual military surveyors from the Revolution. The American Crisis also comes with a full campaign.
Docs again.
Moments from the Revolutionary War with playable characters pulled straight from the pages of history. During that campaign, you'll get to pilot the world's first combat submarine in occupied New York, join George Washington at the crossing of the Delaware, fight alongside Benedict Arnold at the Battle of Saratoga, and endure cold, starvation, and espionage at Valley Forge.
Proctofile says, Canadians being too polite to skip ads. No. It's because Isaac told me that he'd shut the fuck up about this video. About NCAP if I'm not convinced by this video. And I need to watch everything just to make sure that I comply to all aspects of the contract. Jesus, imagine watching this at 1x speed. Imagine watching my videos at 1x speed.
Remember that this Kickstarter is only available for a limited time, so act fast and use my exclusive code Ezekiel in your Kickstarter survey or at the Nations and Cannons web store for a free PDF of the Nations and Cannons core rulebook. And if you missed the Kickstarter, don't worry. You can still check all of this out at nationsandcannons.com. Thank you, Nations and Cannons, for sponsoring this video.
This simple 10-second bedtime ritual could restore your healthy blood sugar levels and eliminate type 2 in just weeks. Thousands of people are already benefiting from this unusual ingredient added to warm water before bed. Are you ready to join them? Recent research at Johns Hopkins University has revealed that high blood sugar levels are not caused by a lack of insulin, a failing pancreas, or poor eating habits. The real culprit is a sticky proteinous mucus that builds up and blocks the area where blood sugar should drain out of the kidneys. This results in more and more sugar returning to the bloodstream, causing uncontrollable weight gain and ultimately leading to type 2. But don't worry.
Guess is dead.
And the Americas. It was these republics that would see the transition away from classical liberalism and towards modern liberalism. The core ideological change here was that modern liberalism was less interested in natural rights and more interested in human rights. That distinction is important. Natural rights are those which man has in nature and in the absence of a society or state. The idea being that neither government nor society should infringe on man's natural conditions any more than necessary. Natural rights are objective and hierarchical. It's not difficult to figure out what man can and can't do in a state of nature. And since the natural world is
What's this song, by the way? Is that... That's not Skyrim. Yes, he's dead, dude. What did I walk in on? Da, 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 da. I think that's Skyrim. Is it too quiet for you guys? I'll put it up. Sorry about that. Hope you've been able to listen. But anyway, that song, I think it's Skyrim. At 1.5 is really good. No, this one on the video.
Idea being that neither government nor society should infringe on man's natural conditions any more than necessary. Natural rights are objective and hierarchical. It's not difficult to figure out what man can and can't do in a state of nature. And since the natural world is hierarchical and competitive, so too are societies based on its laws. Human rights, however, are things to which you are entitled just by being human. This is far more subjective and inherently egalitarian. After all, every human is just as human as every other, so is entitled to the same rights. But what are those rights? Unlike with natural rights, you can't just look out the window and find out. Luckily, human rights' egalitarianism provides the solution. Only a democracy with a broad franchise could possibly meet the egalitarian requirements of human rights. So why not just let people vote on their rights? That way, whatever those rights may be, everyone will have them equally. And if there's ever a problem, they can just vote for new rights. In practice, modern liberalism was characterized by skepticism of hierarchies like religion and monarchy, while it supported democracy and the welfare state. Thomas Paine is an excellent example of the transition from classical to modern liberalism. In his Common Sense, Paine viciously attacks the idea of monarchy and supports the creation of an independent American republic, while in Rights of Man, he makes a similar but slightly less radical argument in favor of the French Revolution, one that's not altogether hostile to monarchy, but does include a major section advocating for social welfare and mass education programs. The next and final form of liberalism is the kind that most of us live under today: neoliberalism. Neoliberalism began to take shape in the decades leading up to the World Wars, and was fully realized by the end of World War II. Neoliberal society is very different from the kind John Locke envisioned with kings and natural rights.
Darkwater says they use an ad blocker, which is not okay. It's not okay. This person did a video and expecting me to give their as an exchange to watch an ad and make them money for it. I would be those are the terms of the contract, and I cannot not do this, not respect the terms of the contract because it's truth. Let's watch about the natural rights. I'm sorry.
Liberalism and towards modern liberalism. The core ideological change here was that modern liberalism was less interested in natural rights and more interested in human rights. That distinction is important.
What did I say about natural rights? Sorry.
The coming centuries would see the rise of republics in France and the Americas. It was these republics that would see the transition away from classical liberalism and towards modern liberalism. The core ideological change here was that modern liberalism was less interested in natural rights and more interested in human rights. That distinction is important. Natural rights are those which man has in nature and in the absence of a society or state. The idea being that neither government nor society should infringe on man's natural conditions any more than necessary. Natural rights are objective and hierarchical. It's not
Natural rights are objective and hierarchical. I'm not sure. I mean, I'd like some more explanation on that for sure. So I guess they're gonna go back to that, right?
difficult to figure out what man can and can't do in a state of nature. And since the natural world is hierarchical and competitive, so too are societies based on its laws.
That's the thing I don't like. The whole idea of human nature. All right, so this is how the world works when people are individuals in nature without the social component. This is a really bad exercise because I don't believe you can look at you can't disassociate humanity from its social aspect. Humanity evolved socially. It never happened that people were all by themselves and they were doing this stick is mind, as is your right to have it, and you know they would do their own thing. We needed cooperation. We evolved cooperatively. No, I'm not going to skim over it, Isaac. This is our contract. But I don't like the idea of the state of nature being able to justify anything. The idea of a human without society, to me, wouldn't be human. The idea, like it's fallacious in it, like in itself. I'm gonna have to watch it at one speed because because I was focusing too much on the music.
Nature. And since the natural world is hierarchical and competitive, so too are societies based on its laws.
Societies are based on cooperation. The very idea of societies, people being together, is cooperative. It's not competitive. Not one speed. I'm sorry. Else the little music is bopping too hard. I think it's the Skyrim music.
Human rights, however, are things to which you are entitled just by being human. This is far more subjective and inherently egalitarian. After all, every human is just as human as every other, so is entitled to the same rights. But what are those rights? Unlike with natural rights, you can't just look out the window and find out.
Also, I don't know what he means by natural rights, but I feel like rights are only relevant insofar as they can be enforced, right? Right? So
Are those rights?
Sorry.
As every other.
What is the point of having natural rights? Hold on, I'm trying to find. What's the point of having natural rights if, for example, this person does not care if the stick is yours or not? Your natural right is to have that stick. If that person doesn't give a fuck and has the might to just disregard that right, then that right is not really relevant. At least I don't believe so. There needs to be enforcement, or there needs to be like either it is like through a community, through a person, through an army or whatever. If a right is not enforced, then that right is kind of ridiculous to even claim to justify, right? This stick is mine. If this person says who, and this person says nature, it's my natural right to have this stick. This guy's gonna go, all right, but I want that stick, and I don't think nature is gonna care that much if, or your natural right, I don't have to respect it, and this person loses their stick. What's the point of having a natural right if it can't be respected? JTVJ says, this is probably what natural objective hierarchy means. That naturally the stronger win and are in possession of the stick, and that it is just natural. The Proctophile says, what if I'm bigger than most other humans? Does that make me more human? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. No, like I'm saying that this results in might makes right, Isaac. Isaac is saying, you're literally just saying might makes right, ignoring the fact that the guy is not explaining it here. No, the fact that your claim to that stick is on a abstract right that is not enforced by anything or anyone or any community or yeah, exactly of anything. That right is irrelevant. You might as well not call it a right. And in that case, if that doesn't happen, then we go back to might makes right. To whoever has the biggest guns or the biggest stature can get the stick if both want them. Natural rights. Yeah, for sure. We have to watch another video to explain this. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, I think it's important. And all that considering the fact that this never happens. There will always be a body of people that will you know, enforce rights. And again, it's usually the people who have the most power, of course. It's just who do we empower? In that case, being there's no social units at all, it's just individuals. The people who have power are the people who are the strongest.
And can't do in a state of nature. And since the natural world is hierarchical and competitive, are things inherently egalitarian. After all, every human is just as human as every other, so is entitled to the same rights. But what are those rights? Unlike with natural rights, you can't just look out the window and find out. Luckily, human rights' egalitarianism provides the solution. Only a democracy.
Sorry for pausing again, but the idea that natural rights are objective is just not true. If we just take the, I mean, he didn't define like natural rights good enough for us to, you know, for us to compare and contrast. But here, if this guy puts the stick on the floor and stops holding it, is the stick still his? Is it still his property? Right? This person could say yes or no. This can be debated, right? I don't think it's objective to say that I pick up the stick, I say it's mine, I put it on the floor. How long can it be on the floor before it's not mine anymore? Is it mine for the rest of my life? What if the stick was taken from a tree that's on someone else's property, but it's now on my property? Did I steal it? Can I still call it mine? What if it fell on my property, but it was my neighbor's tree? Is it mine? Can I claim it as mine? All these questions are not answered objectively, and they can't be. So the whole idea that you could just look out the window and determine that this stick is this person's stick as long as they hold it, and if it's on the floor then it's not theirs anymore. Well, you could still say, if I'm not holding it, it's mine. But what if you leave it on the floor for 30 years and never touch it? Is it still yours? You can't just objectively verify that information outside.
Egalitarianism provides the solution. Only a democracy with a broad franchise could possibly meet the egalitarian requirements of human rights. So why not just let people vote on their rights? That way, whatever those rights may be, everyone will have them equally. And if there's ever a problem, they can just vote for new rights. In practice, modern liberalism was characterized by skepticism of hierarchies like religion and monarchy.
JTVJ says, it makes sense. They link a video that's so Western and white-centric too. So many people have said that this is Western and white-centric, but they've been making jokes about anime in Japan for the longest time. They are so opened to the world. They keep talking about anime in Japan.
Well, it supported democracy in the welfare state. Thomas Paine is an excellent example of the transition from classical to modern liberalism. In his Common Sense, Paine viciously attacks the idea of monarchy and supports the creation of an independent American republic. While in Rights of Man, he makes a similar but slightly less radical argument in favor of the French Revolution, one that's not altogether hostile to monarchy, but does include a major section advocating for social welfare and mass education programs. The next and final form of liberalism is the kind that most of us live under today: neoliberalism. Neoliberalism began to take shape in the decades leading up to the World Wars, and was fully realized by the end of World War II. Neoliberal society is very different from the kind John Locke envisioned with kings and natural rights. Neoliberalism is republican, highly democratic, and totally replaces natural rights with human rights. Neoliberal societies are also either secular or outright atheistic. But the thing is, as much as some wish it did, history did not end with neoliberalism. Many liberal states tried to go further, and that put the liberals in an awkward position.
Lisby says, I love how democracy ensures trans rights. It's great how we all vote on it. Yeah, I think that's one that's the kind of, in practice, it's very different from in theory. In theory, it would be great that everybody could discuss about, you know, minority rights and grant them and all that. But in practice, that's not what happens. Historically, that's not what happened.
The process we've seen play out here is one where liberal thought moves away from natural rights and monarchy and towards a system of human rights and democracy. This was the natural and inevitable conclusion of following liberalism's initial premises to their conclusion. Liberalism was never primarily interested in natural rights, it was primarily interested in justifying its state. Remember, Locke already liked his new monarchs and their government, he just wanted to legitimize them. For most of its history, liberalism championed the expansion of the state, with the only real limit being liberalism's love of property. But once
Wait, so neoliberalism wants more state? If that's the case, then it's that's kind of funny. That's and also, yeah, as Roman says, neoliberalism after World War II is kind of very wrong. It's kind of very, very wrong. It was more in the 70s. But it's okay. I mean, they don't understand what neoliberalism is, and it's really hard to tell what it is. But it's quite the opposite of this.
To legitimize them. For most of its history, liberalism championed the expansion of the state, with the only real limit being liberalism's love of property.
Wait, actually, that's true.
But once that limit to state power was met, the state's only remaining path to expansion was by transitioning into a new order like socialism or fascism, which is exactly what it tried to do. The states that liberals once championed were now trying to escape their grasp. Some even succeeded. Now, the only way the liberals could maintain or regain their control was by fighting against or even reversing the historical process that they once led. All of a sudden, the liberals found themselves in bed with the political right. This is why socialists have been accusing the liberals of being reactionary.
That's me! Hey, that's us!
For more than a century. And you know what? They're right. With the state at or beyond its liberal limits, only reactionary politics can keep the liberals in control. Now, it's not an original critique of reactionaries to point out that past conditions are what led to present ones, so any successful reaction would only recreate the conditions that led to the very present they're trying to abolish. This critique is what finally allows us to talk about libertarianism.
I don't think I disagree that much on the critique of liberalism. I don't think that neoliberalism started after the Second World War. I think it started after the 70s, but perhaps in the same kind of maybe it needed to revert back so that liberals don't go too much to socialism, which would mean healthcare. I believe perhaps in this idea. It didn't seem that bad, that objectionable.
How to kill all mosquitoes in the area in 90 seconds. This simple but brilliant trick you can do tonight to eliminate all mosquitoes around you is taking Canada by storm. An ingenious college student from Montreal just turned the pest control industry upside down with a device that eradicates mosquitoes from any environment in record time. Oscar, a 22-year-old molecular biology and biochemistry student, was struck down with an unusual allergy. For most people, mosquito bites cause itchy, soft bumps on the skin. But for Oscar, they result in extreme, painful swelling that lasts for days.
That really sucks. Don't skip. Yeah, you want to know about mosquitoes? Listen, I don't have mosquitoes where I live because I'm on the side of the water in the sea. So there's no mosquitoes. So I don't need to know about that. I want to know about the prostate swelling or reducer or whatever. But that I couldn't care less about.
Before they had their ideology, proto-libertarians believed themselves to be some kind of liberal. After all, didn't liberals also believe in natural rights? But what the libertarians missed is that the liberal support for natural rights was only secondary to their primary belief in the state. That is the key philosophical difference between libertarianism and liberalism. Liberalism places the state first and believes in natural rights, human rights, democracy, or whatever else only second and insofar as it legitimizes their state. Libertarianism is the opposite. It believes in natural rights first, and only tolerates the state insofar as it does not infringe on those rights.
The whole idea that natural rights are objective and is unless they go more into it, is kind of ridiculous. And the whole idea that rights can, because they're natural, objective, and hierarchical, people will respect them. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's this weird understanding of what rights are, and instead of seeing them as enforced by either an authority, a person, or a group of people that can be an authority as well, they see it as something natural, something that's like in the air, right? Something like ephemeral, like not ephemeral, but like metaphysical. But rights are things that are enforced, that need to be enforced. Yeah, JTVJ says, the word natural feels good, and it's broad and general, so it can justify anything. That's the danger of it, for sure. Margot likes the animation. I don't know. I'm not a big country ball fan.
Some libertarians even go as far as to believe that the state is, inherently, a violation of natural rights.
By the way, yeah, Stifled Voice says, my natural right is to obey gravity. There you go. That's a natural right I can agree with.
And calls for its complete abolition. This helps explain why much of libertarianism is so influenced by anti-liberal and usually anarchist thinkers like Lysander Spooner. Because libertarians are not fighting to defend or reform the Lysander Spooner.
Whoops. That's us. And you see down there, that's Isaac right now. This is us. This is him. You can even tell by the eyes, except the brain is smaller.
Because libertarians are not fighting to defend or reform the liberal democratic order of the last 300 years. They're fighting to end it. So if liberals are reactionaries, what does that make the libertarians? Well, before we can get into that, I need to say something that will upset both libertarians and their enemies. Real libertarianism has never been tried. Libertarians may LARP and say that medieval Iceland, Ireland, or random cities in Renaissance Italy or Germany were libertarian. But that's silly. I doubt that any libertarian is genuinely trying to turn their society into medieval Iceland or a province of the Holy Roman Empire. The early United States was not libertarian either. It was just radically liberal, as is evidenced by the fact that the only thing the American state ever did was expand. Even the Constitution, that supposed limiter of federal power, never successfully limited the American government. In fact, the Constitution itself increased the size of the federal government by replacing the more restrictive Articles of Confederation that came before it. The claim that the Constitution did, or was even supposed to limit the power of the American government is highly suspect. Libertarianism's enemies, meanwhile, like to cite Russia right after the collapse of
You could argue that, the American state is like the byproduct of, libertarian ideas. The idea that, libertarianly, some people will get together and then force others to, abide by their rules and their laws through the threat of force, Which just creates a government, of course. Is that JoJo music? I don't know. I don't watch anime.
The Soviet Union as an example of a failed attempt at libertarianism, but I'm highly skeptical of that claim too. Personally, I feel like a totalitarian command economy existing mere moments before the creation of the supposed libertarian paradise may have rigged the situation at least a little bit. I mean, it's not like the people who were planning the economy before ended up owning all of the assets after privatization or anything. So if it's true that libertarianism has never been realized, highly skeptical of that claim too. Personally, I feel like a totalitarian command economy existing mere moments before the creation of the supposed libertarian paradise may have rigged the situation at least a little bit. I mean, it's not like the people who were planning the economy before ended up owning all of the assets after privatization or anything.
No, they were... No, not the Soviet Union as libertarian. The Soviet Union, the post-Soviet Russia as libertarian. And the problem this guy has with calling post-Soviet Russia as libertarian is the fact that some people had more assets than others. Is that it? Is that it?
Paradise may have rigged the situation at least a little bit. I mean, it's not like the people who were planning the economy before ended up owning all of the assets after privatization or anything.
So the reason why it wasn't libertarian is because people who were running the planned economy during the USSR didn't get the got the assets after it was privatized. If the assets were given to, you know, people who weren't at the head of the USSR, would that be different? I'm not sure.
So if it's true that libertarianism has never been realized, then that means there's another interesting difference between it and liberalism. Since liberals are trying to maintain current conditions or revert back to previous ones, then that means there's another interesting...
You think the state is necessary to protect the individual from threats? I think the state is the threat. We're not the same. And what I'm asking here is, who protects the individual from threats? Right? Anarcho-communists believe that the threats can be fought against as communes, as very, very like I don't know how to say it, like tightly knit communities, right? Where everybody's equal, everybody has the same interests. But who will protect the individuals from threats in Kapistan? Is it other people as well? But what if other people benefit from the threats that you get, right? If you're threatened by some things, let's say threatened by starvation, and some people benefit from it, they have everything to, they have all the excuses in the world to encourage these threats on you. They won't protect you from it. They'll encourage them, because the more threatened you are by starvation, by poverty, by all sorts of things, the more some people can take advantage of you. Let's see. I think he broke.
Interesting difference between it and liberalism. Since liberals are trying to maintain current conditions or revert back to previous ones, they're reactionaries. But libertarians are trying to create something completely new. So in spite of being on the political right, libertarians are not reactionaries. They are that rarest of political breeds. Right-wing revolutionaries. Libertarians...
Wait. Isaac, did you say that you weren't revolutionary? That NCAPs are not revolutionaries? Hold on. Let's go back.
Rarest of political breeds. Right-wing revolutionaries.
Right-wing revolutionaries, unless it's a joke.
That rarest of political breeds. Right-wing revolution.
It has to be a joke? I imagine it's a joke. They have the I'm loving it nuke. right? They have to be joking. Gib cat girl, I don't know that reference. And the katana, like, I guess it's a weeb thing. Like, this is like owning up to I mean, it has to be a joke, because that's owning up to the fact that, you know, it's the big corporations that are gonna do the revolution, or is gonna be funded by big corporations. I don't get it. Yeah, someone calling themselves right-wing revolutionary sounds like some really fashy shit. Yeah. Also a description of fascism. But the NAP, yeah, Godspeed. Yeah, the NAP, guys.
Revolutionaries. Libertarians have a fundamentally right-wing view of the world. One could even say that they reject the liberal and leftist belief in the equality of man.
People aren't equal, guys. When people are equal, they're miserable. When people are unequal, they're happy. Of course I read everything you say.
And liberal perspective, if man is equal and a free society results in unequal outcomes, then some injustice must have occurred. Society results in unequal outcomes, then some injustice must have occurred. It follows then that the state will have some obligation to equalize its subjects to bring them back to their equal natures. But to libertarians,
this whole thing betrays a fundamental misunderstanding of what communism is. I mean, for the state, it's like, I'm not an authoritarian communist, so I don't give a fuck about the Soviet Union. But earlier he showed like the anarcho-communists, and this idea here.
And leftist belief in the equality of man. From both the leftist and liberal perspective, if man is equal and a free society results in unequal outcomes, then some injustice must have occurred.
If man is equal, which I hope that everyone agrees on that. If some people are more equal than others, then that's authoritarianism, or that's at the very least hierarchy. But the whole idea of equality, in this case, being enforced by the state, because listen.
And a free society results in unequal outcomes, then some injustice must have occurred.
So the idea that if a society has unequal outcomes, some injustice must have occurred, I believe, is not automatically right, but it can be a symptom of actually an injustice in society. The thing is, a lot of people will try to answer to that equality by trying to, trying to reform equality back, right? But communists, leftists, say that what creates inequality is not some kind of unfair mechanism, that happens throughout the process. It's that the system itself is unfair. So it's not about, trying to force the system to be fair. It's about actually rejecting the system that's unfair and building a new one that's actually fair. For example, take a anarcho-communist commune. Anarcho-communism doesn't have a government and doesn't force people to be equal. The fact that, for example, everything is up to people's, according to each according to their needs, to each according to their I've been streaming for 5 hours, okay? But you get what I'm saying. The idea is not to force equality in an unequal system. That's reformists who do that. The idea is to adopt an equal system, one that's not based on exploitation, one that will not enforce inequality among men.
It follows then that the state will have some obligation to equalize its subjects to bring them back to their equal natures. But to libertarians, this...
Again, it's not about equalizing the subjects. It's about creating a system that will not force subjects to be unequal. Of course, if your system makes it so that some people get better than others, and you're like, actually, we're equal, well, this might happen, right? You might have to penalize the ones who are doing great, I guess. But the thing is, the issue here is not this person, and this is not the right approach to take. The approach to take is to stop whatever system that allows these people to do better than them. Because when people do better than them, these people can exploit them and can do pretty much whatever the fuck they want with them. That's our criticism of capitalism. And this betrays a misunderstanding of our criticism of capitalism and our goals in promoting equality.
Its subjects to bring them back to their equal natures. But to libertarians, this forced equality looks like a violation of natural rights. When a libertarian looks at the natural world, he sees individuals within the same species as unequal and able to organize themselves into hierarchies. So if that's true, from the libertarian perspective, the belief in equality will always lead to communism and slavery, because equal beings do not need to be free.
Belief in equality equals freedom. Sorry. Belief in equality equals slavery. We're all pro-slavery. People who love equality are pro-slavery. Let's listen to that again.
So if that's true, from the libertarian perspective, the belief in equality will always lead to communism and slavery, because equal beings do not need to be free. An equal man would be miserable in a state of freedom, torn between the contradiction of his equal nature and unequal conditions.
This person has no idea what leftism is about. No idea whatsoever. The idea that the conditions here is a product of a system that we're trying to fight. We're not saying that everyone is equal perfectly, but we're saying that some inequalities are exacerbated by a system which promotes these inequalities. We're not saying that everyone is exactly perfectly the same and that everyone is perfectly equal. We're saying that any system that will exacerbate these inequalities and make sure that the people who are more privileged in some ways become 10 times more privileged and can prey upon the disprivilege of others is unethical and will create a lot of human misery.
To libertarians, freedom is only possible and always necessary to man if he is an unequal being. In other words, if man is unequal, he must be free, and man can only be free because he is unequal.
This is ridiculous as well. Inequality. If some people have more privileges than others, to a point where someone, to even be able to live, needs to obey the orders of someone else, that's not freedom. It's freedom for some people, but it's not freedom for a shit ton of other people. If you mean freedom for the privileged, that is true. I will agree with you. That is absolutely true. If you build a society where the privileged can have other people work for them as they own the means of production and, I don't know, manage them, then these guys are basically the servants of the one who manages the means of production and owns them. It's freedom for the guy who owns the means of production. It's not freedom for the people who have to obey the commands of the person in charge.
When perfect is in the air, you can feel it.
That's a boring
Presenting
ad.
the new...
Fuck that ad. Strongly disagree.
libertarianism's supposedly left-wing positions are the result of right-wing thought. Sure, libertarians want to decriminalize vices, including hard drugs and prostitution. But that isn't because they're bleeding hearts trying to protect libertines, or atheists trying to rebel against God. Libertarians just think that those people have the right to destroy themselves, and feel no obligation to intervene. This is unlike the liberal state, whose ability to legalize vice is limited. The liberal state's welfare systems means that it will bear the cost of a population full of alcoholics, drug addicts, mental and physical incompetence, and other kinds of dependence. This forces the
I have a question, Isaac. Let's say someone is deeply troubled, right, and wants to commit suicide. Should they have the right, the natural right to commit it, to do it, or should you try to stop them? Mm-hmm. So suicidal people should be allowed to kill themselves. Or we should let them kill themselves. People, but like just for that idea itself, don't you see how fucked up that is? Don't you see that, you know, suicidality can be driven by external choice, like external factors? For example, poverty, for example. Later, GTVJ, thank you for coming. You can come from like economic anxiety, poverty, social alienation. Same thing for substance abuse. In your mind, we should let that happen. What's the alternative? Keeping them 24/24 under surveillance in a cell? Maybe answer to their basic needs. See? Do you see how your answers are fucking stupid, dude? You see how like psychopathic everybody thinks you are because of those kinds of answers? Someone comes to you and says they want to kill themselves, and you try to convince them otherwise, and they're like, okay, listen, I'm not convinced. I feel a lot of economic anxiety. I feel lonely. I don't have anything to live for in life. And you're like, that sucks, dude. That sucks, dude. But it's your choice. It's your natural right. Meanwhile, the Chad anarchist goes, all right, let's try to develop a system. Let's fight for a system that will provide for your basic needs. It will provide for community feeling instead of this alienation that capitalism keeps pushing. And B says Canada is trying to get people to commit suicide. We've legalized assisted suicide for some cases, which I agree with. For some cases, it's for example, you have some chronic illness that like actually hurts and we can't fix it. That sucks. And we can't force you to suffer. But the thing is, social illness and medical illness are very different. Medical illness, like there's up to a point we can't really help you, and like if you suffer so much that you don't want to live anymore and you're going to suffer for the rest of your life, yeah, sure. But if you want to kill yourself because of, you know, mental issues, mainly caused by, you know, by a lot of what we call capitalism, then dude, we have to stop it. We have to stop capitalism. It's killing us. It's killing our brains. It's killing our mental health. Yeah. It's a very sad ideology that you keep proving to everyone that is sadder and sadder by the minute.
The liberal state to try and stop its people from becoming dependents in the first place. The liberal state can allow some vices, but no more than it can pay the negative consequences for. That is the force preventing a liberal society from becoming totally free. Libertarianism, on the other hand, doesn't have this problem, because it's opposed to using the state to take care of its citizens. In the absence of state welfare systems, a libertarian society can be totally free from all restraints on vices. As far as the libertarians are concerned, the question of self-destructive dependence will sort itself out. Those who can responsibly use vices will enjoy them, while those who can't won't remain a problem for long. A libertarian society is set up
Whoa, what?
will sort itself out. Those who can responsibly use vices will enjoy them, while those who can't won't remain a problem for long.
They'll die? Isaac, your response to people who suffer from substance abuse is they'll just fucking die and not be a problem anymore? Are you fucking serious? Let's listen to it again.
The question of self-destructive dependence will sort itself out. Those who can responsibly use vices will enjoy them, while those who can't won't remain a problem for long.
Those who can't won't remain a problem for long. Dude.
A libertarian society is set up so there are no barriers to individuals realizing their potential. If an individual's potential is constructive, then they will succeed, and others capable of following their example will succeed too. But if an individual's potential is self-destructive, then they will be allowed to meet their fate. Libertarianism
meet their fate. Do you see how... He's not done yet. Okay.
To its right-wing interest.
Social degeneracy? You gonna tell me you're not a fascist? wait, hold on. Like, maybe he's gonna criticize the whole idea of degeneracy. If not, like, the whole, the term degenerate is fascist, and people have been pretty sensitive to you being a fascist so far.
Libertarianism takes a Darwinian, natural rights approach to its right-wing interest of limiting social degeneracy and maximizing upwards potential.
Eliminating social degeneracy. Ooh. You just linked me a fascist video, Isaac. Yeah. Same word, different terms. This guy sent me this video thinking, if you're not convinced by that, I will shut the fuck up forever. I'm not very convinced about eliminating social degeneracy by letting their fate come to them.
So in spite of some appearances, libertarianism is a fundamentally right-wing ideology.
Yeah. Despite its appearances. No, it's pretty right-wing, we can tell.
Sometimes ally itself with the social left, but libertarianism does not do this because it supports self-destructive lifestyles. Libertarianism simply believes that in the absence of state intervention, social issues will sort themselves out. So let's sum all of this up. The key differences between liberalism and libertarianism are that liberalism prioritizes the state over natural rights, or may not believe in natural rights at all. Meanwhile, libertarianism always believes in natural rights, and always prioritizes them over the state.
Maybe we could look into natural rights and see exactly what it is and how objective it is. I'd love to know more about natural rights.
Under current political conditions, liberalism is a reactionary ideology aligned with the political right, while libertarianism is a revolutionary ideology. That, while fundamentally right-wing, is also anti-liberal, and because of that, is very much capable of cooperating with the political left.
sounds like fascist to me. Sounds a lot like fascist to me.
And that's libertarianism versus liberalism.
Right,
This video
great.
was funded by a secret camarilla
of
of
course.
radical libertarians as a part of
Yeah.
their quest to end the global liberal democratic order and replace it with their own market anarchist order, including Handsome AJ and Josiah. And by this video's sponsor.
That was 100% fascist. That ending though, that was fascist. All right, we watched the video, and from now on, Isaac is contractually not allowed to talk. I should have screenshotted our contract. All right, probably have it here. Trying to find the contract. I can't find the contract. Okay. Anyway, we all saw the contract. We all. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you very much. I'm not very prone to accepting fascist arguments, like eradicating social degeneracy. It's not something that's, you know. We're all witnesses to the contract. We are all witnesses. All right. If my description was uncharitable, please reconsider what you've said about. All right. All right. To sum it up, closing the NCAP, the NCAP debate. First, understanding that people's choices are a result of their environmental forces, conditions that they have not had really any say in it. So that means education. That means the. When I say education, doesn't mean just like in schools. It means at home as well. The presence of their parents in their lives. The presence of other people in their life. Was it just their parents, or did they have a community that raised them? There's so many elements that will determine someone's potential in a way, right? And if that person grows up in an environment that, you know, that doesn't unlock or make that potential even, you know, available, or, you know, makes it really hard to attain, then some people in this chat will say that, well, they'll get what they deserve. But understanding that most people, if you don't believe in God, you have to understand that people's choices, that people's beliefs are a product of their environment. It doesn't come from a soul, it comes from a brain that is only fed solely through external forces, external variables. Your beliefs, your ideas, your choices, everything that you do is a product of everything that you've been taught, everything that you've absorbed through culture, through media, through YouTube, through me. And if you believe that some people deserve better conditions, and some others deserve to fucking die because that's what they deserve, if the degenerates deserve to die because they don't want to help themselves, if you believe that, you are yourself a degenerate. The whole idea of freedom to these people is, well, it's the whole idea of negative versus positive freedom. I like the fact that this video was understanding that freedom is often about unlocking potential, right? And without the government to reduce people's potential, people can do anything, and they can hone in their potential, work on it, and become the better version of themselves. But potential isn't only in, like, unlocking your own potential isn't only done through, you know, not having the government stop you from doing stuff. It's also through having the resources to do what you want to maximize that potential. So, giving everybody education unlocks potential for everyone. Giving everyone, you know, the means to survive, just to eat, unlocks their potential to do whatever the fuck they want with themselves. That is freedom. If to you freedom means, all right, well, the government won't be there to decide if you can drink yourself to death or not, if that to you is freedom, you have to reconsider everything. Please do. Your version of freedom is very, very sad. All right. I don't know if they're still in chat, but they've been banned with the through the contract. I haven't banned them in real life, like in chat. They can breach our contract that we made, but I trust and I have faith in the truth, which was the contract that we made. I wonder if he might have left. He probably left. You're breaking the NAP. Hey, you're breaking the NAP, Isaac. Oh, he asked a question. Okay. All right, he broke the NAP, but you know what? I'm a graceful. I don't have authority over you because it's anarchist, but I will allow you to break the NAP because I can do that. In a way, I have authority over you. Isaac says, "Here's the thing: with which I will depart. How will you pay for that? Will it be forced, government, or completely voluntary? End cap." The whole idea that the only way of getting services or commodities is through paying them is capitalist realism, which I would encourage you to look into. The whole idea that the only way to, for example, get healthcare is to pay for it, or to get food is to pay for it, to get, you know, transportation is to pay for it, belies the whole idea that everything needs to be contractual in your worldview. It doesn't need to be. That's the whole point of anarcho-communism. It's the whole thing, the whole idea that things don't need to be contractual. We don't need to calculate the worth of everything to pay for it. I can work in a hospital, and that's my job. I work at a hospital because I want everyone to be healthy. And after I work in the hospital, I can go in the grocery store. Why can I go to the grocery store? I can do it without paying. The thing is, by going to the grocery store and, you know, doing my groceries without paying, the workers who work at the grocery store can go to the hospital without paying either. And we're all doing these jobs not for money, just so that we can live decently. And I feel like that's in itself a quite a motivating factor. To just live decently. Why do I want, like, why will people collect trash? Because we don't want trash to, you know, be plentiful in our streets. People will do jobs with the expectation, they will do jobs freely with the expectations of having the rest of the services from their community for free. Room temp Pepsi. I don't drink Pepsi anymore, okay? I don't drink Pepsi anymore. See? I'm drinking this. Oops. Jus de pomme. 100% jus de pomme. Okay? So answer Isaac's question, and again, he violates the NAP. Someone call the NAP police. Someone call the NCAP police. Ew, French. Oh, no, not France. France, no. Godspeed, it's not France, it's French. Isaac says, so under NCOM, consent is irrelevant because people will just do things and nobody can do anything against them as long as they don't physically hurt each other's. Or hurt others? Under NCOM, consent is irrelevant? Wrong? Because people will just do things? Yeah, people will do things, yeah, that's what people do. Nobody can do anything against them as long as they don't physically hurt others. Do anything against them? The idea that there's no reason for people to hurt, or there might still be reason for people to hurt each other in anarcho-communist society, but the idea that the needs of everyone are met and economic anxiety no longer exists makes it so that the motivation for physical harm is reduced to, I would imagine, almost zero. You might still have physical harm in terms of like crimes of passion, I think they're called, but those can be attended to and sorted out by the community. There's still a how do you call it? Self-defense in an NCAP society. But the self-defense is enacted by the community together. If someone starts beating the shit out of someone else, the community can step in and stop them. I saw earlier, is the Discord for patrons only? Stifled Voice asked, no, it's not. It's, we gave the Discord to everyone. I will link it in chat. See? Margot says you should debate Isaac on stream. I don't do debates. I don't believe I could. Hey, he's trying to. All right. NAP. We agreed to a contract, Isaac. I don't. What's going on? I thought our relationship was based on truth and about natural rights. I was asking a good question about NCOM, saying why won't everybody just choose to do the easiest jobs and there would be nobody left to do the hard work? There's many answers to that question. One of the main answer is the idea that people usually don't do hard jobs because they're rewarded appropriately. It can happen, but with hard jobs, very often comes prestige. Like, for example, the hard job of being a doctor. there was like this teacher who asked, all right, guys, if you were paid the same wage, if you were paid minimum wage, would you still be a doctor? And many doctors said, yes, I would. Because the whole thing is they're doctors because they want to be doctors. They want to help people, not because they want to make a lot of money, usually. And there's also prestige that comes to it, right? It's like everybody who says, oh my God, the wage for McDonald's is higher than mine. That's ridiculous. So why don't you go work at McDonald's? Oh, so you mean that you do your job because you somewhat maybe like your job? Or because that job fucking sucks? Or because there's a prestige that comes with your job that doesn't come with McDonald's? Or there's benefits? Blah, 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 blah. The thing is, a lot of people do their jobs because I believe they either like it or because they have a calling for it. If they don't, which is very often the case, another thing NCOM would do is make the conditions for jobs a lot better. Obviously, when your job, let's think of any of everybody's jobs here and think it's not motivated by squeezing out profit as much as possible. The goal now is not to squeeze profit out of everything, but now it's just to deliver the service or the commodities that your job now does. Also, another thing is a lot of jobs will be actually decimated by taking down the capitalist part of the economy. For example, marketing and a lot of overlapping competition that is not really needed, and things like that. One last thing is automation would be a big part of the answer to that as well. The whole idea that right now, well, automation is amazing, and I'm not against automation. No socialist should be against automation. And right now, we're not necessarily funding as much in automation than we could because it's just not profitable. Very often, it's cheaper to hire minimum wage workers than it is to invest in machinery that can automate stuff. But the thing is, if we make our investments for making profits, if we don't make our investments to make profits, but we make our investments to make life easier for everyone and make everyone happier in the process, then automation for human use instead of automation for profit, not human use, but human development instead of for profit, is another answer. And I think like one last answer is, if it's a need, people will do it. So for example, trash collection. If there's trash collection that is, the trash is piling up, nobody's doing it because nobody wants to be a trash collector, eventually the community will get together. Someone will do the job. Someone will do the job. Nobody wants to live in trash city. Especially when people are alleviated from the pressures of capitalism, especially when, hopefully, through the alleviation of pressures of capitalism, the community gets stronger together, bonds more, then people will take care of the community and will be willing to give time to do it. That's not even considering the fact that work days are going to be shorter. People will have more time to spend within their community to make their communities better, blah, 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 blah. And all of that. But a lot of jobs will also just stop being, stop existing. I think one that will stop existing, if I'm talking as if it's going to happen, one that will stop existing is fast food restaurants. I think those kind of, like, the conditions of workers is not necessarily the greatest, and not a lot of workers would continue to work in fast food restaurants if it wasn't for their need to feed themselves and work for a boss, right? I think if everybody's needs are met, not a lot of people will work in a fast food restaurant. That being said, if there was a need for a fast food restaurant and people really want McDonald's again, then they would need to work for, like, by their own volition or from their own volition at the McDonald's. You shouldn't have to threaten people to work at the McDonald's for your own pleasure with the threat of starvation and homelessness for you to have McDonald's. If you have McDonald's, it's gonna be because people want to offer McDonald's. If not, then maybe you don't deserve McDonald's, because you shouldn't have McDonald's only through the fact that some people have the threat of starvation and homelessness to work at McDonald's. Not the Discord, it's our Discord. Yeah, an exonym is right. If we have a socially constructed incentive to supply services, the purpose of money is irrelevant. There are ways to incentivize work, aside from money, aside from privileges. That's just my point. Why is Isaac still in chat, by the way? I thought NAP? I thought we had a contract? See? Isaac. Alright. I'm gonna make a show out of you. Friends? Isaac has told me we've made the contract that if I watched a video, he would stop talking. He would stop chatting, he would stop at the very least talking about NCAP. Anarcho-capitalism, because he's fucking annoying about it. Now, he hasn't respected the terms of our contract, because he keeps talking about NCAP and NCAPistan and stuff like that in chat, even though he said he would shut the fuck up forever. And you know what sucks for Isaac is that I have authority over him. And I can fucking ban him. There you go. I don't know if it's gonna if it shows. And I have authority. Doesn't that suck, Isaac? But I own the means of production in chat. And I am the tyrant here. But that's my natural right. It's non-aggression principle. It's me just respecting the terms of the contract. There's nothing authoritarian about it. I'm very happy that we're able to make this exchange, to freely make this exchange in the marketplace of idea. Maybe one day I'll unban you. I don't even know if I can. Wait, hold on. Actually, I will wait. Okay, he's unbanned right now. Don't talk though. I'm gonna put him in a timeout. Can I choose how long I put him on timeout for? Put user in timeout. I guess I can't. So he's hidden again. Sorry, Isaac. I'm getting a call. Hold on. It's Valentina. Maybe they were locked outside again. Hello? What the fuck? Hello, everyone. Hey, everyone. Whew. I got scared. Chair stream's over. So, I got a call from ballet. Whew. They were like, okay, no, ballet told me to not say because it's kind of embarrassing, but they said, I think there's a fire. I'm not gonna tell you what that fire was, but I got really scared because I'm afraid that my house is gonna burn. It's just wood, right? So I got really scared, so I rushed downstairs. It wasn't a fire. Far from it. But Bali was very scared. They even texted me, emergency! They called me like 3 times. It was no fire. Yeah, it was either Lenore or Isaac. Yeah, it wasn't a fire, it was a water. No, it was fire, but it was nothing to be concerned about. You stepped out so sussily. I got scared. Valia sounded really scared. Iris Human says, I just noticed most of the Canvas stream are about anarchy or something. Yeah, they are. They are. And speaking of which... Oh, we have our pyromaniac in the house. Oh yeah, you can give it to them. Alright, sorry, speaking of anarchy and stuff like that.
Some of you might be asking what's going on with this channel.
For more streams, so I'm going to start doing streams.
If you've been following me, you know that the last year, 2022, was a pretty big year for me. Mainly for 2 reasons. One of them is...
And you can probably hear that. Oops. If we didn't have pesky regulations in the way, would fires even happen? I mean, if fires happen, maybe they deserved it. Right? And B says, "I pencil time." Again. To have locks. I don't have locks. My hair is pretty straight. I'm sorry, I can't sell my hair. I'd be too afraid that you'd make more of me. More Sean's from my hair. No, it's fine. I need to be unique. KM says, hello? Hello, KM. When are we going to see bald Sean? I consider it very strongly. I almost became bald. Next stream, which, by the way, will be on my second channel right here. Next stream, I'll show you pictures of me in high school when I had bald hair, or buzz cut hair. Thank you. You love the fit. Thank you. It's matching. I also have the pants. All right. For Aunt B, we have it here. No mastermind. There is a fact still more astounding, the absence of a mastermind, of anyone dictating or forcibly directing these countless actions which bring me into being. No trace of such a person can be found. Instead, we find the invisible hand at work. Since only God can make a tree, I insist that only God can make me. Man can no more direct these millions of know-hows to bring me into being than he can put molecules together to create a tree. The lesson I have to teach is this. Leave all creative energies uninhibited. Merely organize society to act in harmony with this lesson. Let society's legal apparatus remove all obstacles the best it can. Permit these creative know-hows freely to flow. Have faith that free men and women will respond to the invisible hand. The faith will be confirmed. This faith will be confirmed. It's really interesting that the whole myth around the invisible hand. Thank you, Roby, for making me read this. The whole myth of the invisible hand is a myth. And it's not a myth because I don't believe in the invisible hand of the market. It's because it comes from Adam Smith, who literally just said it once in his Wealth of Nations, which is actually incredible when you think about it, right? You would think that the invisible hand would be a central theme, a central idea in inquiring into the nature of and causes of the Wealth of Nations, right? But it's not. Here, invisible hand. Invisible death, invisible cause, invisible qualities, invisible hand. Out of 5, it's only there once. It's been blown up after the fact. I'm not going to read it because it's, especially the format here is kind of sucks. But yeah, it's only been said once in Adam Smith's mention of it. I find that really interesting. My review of iPencil. I think it I think iPencil is a tribute to communism, actually. Of course. iPencil is a tribute. I don't know, is this the whole thing, or is this it here? Is this supposed to be a book, or is it just that excerpt? Hmm. Leave all creative energies uninhibited. I think this is right. We shouldn't inhibit creative energies. Friedman says what inhibits creative energies is the state and regulations. I say what inhibits creative energies is the fact that millions are working for other people. The creative energies are not being uninhibited. They're being all focused for the businesses of a few. So to inhibit creative energies, make everyone work for themselves. Make everyone work for their own emancipation and not work for the dreams and creative thoughts of others. That's what happens here. Anyway. What an eventful stream. What an eventful stream. 6 hours. Yeah, and that will be the end of it. We're down to 20 people. So we'll put an end to it. It was an eventful one. It was a fun one. And again, check out Germinal for next week's streams. It's going to be fun. Oh, Rashab. Hello, Rashab. I don't think I've seen you today. People at peak? I'm not sure. I think we reached... Wait, let me check. It was during... it was at noon. I get more people at noon. Let's see together. I get to see my... hold on. Can I see the stats as we are live? No, I can't. Analytics. Hold on. Peak is at 69. Nice. Yeah, I think it was my longest stream. Had a lot of fun. After party on the Discord. Thank you, everyone. Oh, Josephine Bruno says, hi. I'm so sorry, Josephine. We've been doing this for 6 hours. You can always rewatch everything. Next stream is on Germinal. Check out the Discord. As always, if you want notifications about... notifications... Oh, hold on. I'll link it again. If you want notifications about when the streams are and when the videos are. Let me link Discord right now. There you go. Goodbye, Aiden. Couldn't figure out what's going on, says Rashaf. Yeah. That was most of the stream. Don't worry. Tangri, thank you. Sneaky Revenant, thank you. Lenore, thank you as always. Thank you for being here. Hey, 6 hours. Johan Montero made it to the Isaac debacle. The conclusion. You made it to the conclusion. I don't think you can watch the stream on Discord. You get the notification though. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, and I'll see you next stream on my second channel. Have a great week. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you haven't seen the video, go like it, go watch it, go share it with your friends. Goodbye.